When the king gains from a campaign, disregarding the advice of traitorous counselors, then too the king becomes angry and the counselors afraid that the successful king will kill them for giving wrong advice. This too may make them rebel. When a campaign undertaken on the advice of trustworthy counselors achieves the objective, or when a campaign undertaken disregarding the advice of untrustworthy counselors fails, in both cases, the net result pleases all. 9.4.12-14 Comparison of gains. When the gains from two campaigns are equal, the king shall compare the following qualities and choose that one which has more good points. Place and time. The power and the means required to acquire it. The pleasure or displeasure caused by it. The speed or slowness of getting it. The proximity or distance. The immediate and future consequences. Its high value or constant worth. 6 and its abundance or variety. September 4, 24. Obstacles to achieving the gain. These are passion, anger, timidity, compassion leading to aversion to fighting, recoiling from awarding deserved punishment, baseness, not acting like an Arya, haughtiness, a forgiving nature, thinking of the next world, being too pious, meanness, abjectness, jealousy, contempt for what one has, wickedness, distrust, fear, negligence, inability to withstand harsh climate, cold, heat or rain, and faith in the auspiciousness of stars and days. September 4, 25. Wealth will slip away from that childish man who constantly consults the stars. The only guiding star of wealth is itself. What can the stars of the sky do? September 4, 26. Man, without wealth, does not get it even after 100 attempts. Just as elephants are needed to catch elephants, so does wealth capture more wealth. September 4, 27. Likely dangers of internal treachery. The two types of internal treachery, mixed and unmixed, and the methods for tackling them have been placed in 3.v under revolts, rebellions, treason and conspiracies. 9.6.1-5,8-10,56-61 and 9.7.68,69. Of external treachery. Unmixed danger. In the case of direct treachery by the enemy uncomplicated by conspiracy with allies, the conqueror shall adopt the four methods of conciliation, etc. as appropriate against the enemy himself or his subordinate, as the case may be. 9.6.6,7. Mixed danger with collusion. Danger from the enemy becomes complicated when the enemy and a friend find common ground. To avoid this danger, success should be sought through the friend. For it is easy to make peace with a friend but not with an enemy. If the friend does not want to make peace, he shall be solicited often. Secret agents shall separate him from the enemy and win him over to the king's side. He shall win over the ruler on the border of a confederacy of allies. For, when those on the edge are won over, those in the middle become divided. Or, he shall win over one in the center, for, when the center is won over, those in the edges cannot remain united. He shall use the appropriate methods to make the vassals of the confederacy defect to the king's side. 9.6.11-20. Use of the four methods. Conciliation. The king shall pacify a pious ruler by praising his birth, family, learning and conduct, by pointing out the relationship between the ancestors and, at all times, by providing help to him and refraining from harming him. The king shall conciliate by displays of goodwill the following: one who has become dispirited, one weary of war, one who has failed in his efforts, one suffering from losses, expenses, or the hardship of a campaign, one who seeks a friend in good faith, one who is suspicious of another, or one who attaches importance to friendship. 9.6.21, 22. Placating with gifts. A greedy or weakened king shall be placated with gifts, provided an ascetic or a chief stands as surety. 7 September 6, 23. Sowing dissension. Ways of sowing dissension among leaders of an oligarchy have been explained elsewhere. 8. The advice given here about sowing dissension among kings also applies to commanders of armies such as crown princes and chiefs of defense. 9.6.51,50. The king shall try to sow dissension among the members of a confederacy of kings, even before they get together to attack him. In particular, he shall frequently send envoys and well-known personalities with presents to the court of one of the kings, while they are still in their own territories. They shall urge the targeted king either to make a treaty or to kill another confederate. Even if he does not agree, the conclusion of a treaty shall be announced and double agents shall make propaganda about the treachery among other members of the confederacy. If any member of the confederacy bears a grudge or enmity towards another, dissension shall be sown between them. One of them shall be told falsely that the other was trying to make peace with the king opposed to the confederacy and that it is in his interests to make peace quickly with the king himself before he is outmaneuvered. Or, he may arrange marriages of princes and princesses with the daughters and sons of one of the kings of the confederacy with a view to separating him from others with whom he has no such connection. 9.6.63-70. When a group of kings start attacking the king, he shall sow dissension between two rulers who are mutually hostile, who hate each other, who covet each other's land or who are suspicious of each other of any reason. The more timid of the two shall be intimidated by saying that the other has already sent an ally to make peace, leaving him out, and, after peace is made, he himself will come under attack. When divided, one of them shall be won over. 9.6.26,27,49,62. 9.6.28-49 describe a number of methods using secret agents for sowing dissension among members of a confederacy. Translations are given in 9.4. Use of force. Secret persons shall conceal themselves in the fort of a keen, energetic enemy suffering from a calamity. One of them shall murder him with weapons, fire, or poison when it is easy to do so. For a single assassin can achieve more than a fully mobilized army can. 9.6.53-55. The conqueror shall cause their kingdoms to be destroyed by neighboring kings, jungle tribes, pretenders, or unjustly treated princes. He shall destroy their caravans, herds, forests and troops reinforcements. Clans, mutually supporting each other, shall be made to strike at the weak points. Secret persons shall strike with weapons, fire, or poison. 9.6.71,72. When the conqueror is under attack from a confederacy, he shall kill his enemies by deceit after lulling them into trust, just as a fowler does with his decoys and baits. September 6, 73. When the campaign also benefits the enemy. The pursuit of wrong policies provokes external enemies, immoderation provokes anger in one's own people, both are diabolic practices. 9.7.1,2. The three types. There are three kinds of cases where progress for the conqueror may also lead to progress for the enemy: risky acquisition, wrong acquisition, and doubt about whether it is risky or wrong. 9.7.4. Risky acquisition is of three kinds: gain of wealth, gain of dharma, and gain of pleasure. Of these, it is better to achieve one mentioned earlier in the list than one later. 9.7.60,61. Wealth is like a tree, its roots are dharma and the fruit is pleasure. Achieving that kind of wealth which further promotes dharma, produces more wealth and gives more pleasure is the achievement of all gains, sarvarthasiddhi. September 7, 81. Wrong acquisition is also of three kinds: loss of wealth, adharma and misery. Of these, it is better to counteract one mentioned earlier in the list than one later. 9.7.62,63. Doubt is also of three kinds: are the consequences of an action, e.g. a campaign, gain or loss of wealth, gain or loss of dharma, pleasure or misery. In each case, it is better to avoid the latter alternative and achieve the earlier. 9.7.64,65. The types of risky acquisition, with examples for each one, are as given below. Wrong acquisition is that which gives rise to fear of danger from one's own people or from enemies. 9.7.7. Doubt. The types of doubtful cases, with examples for each one, are as given below. In these cases, the conqueror shall choose that course of action which favors risky acquisition. 9.7.8-13. Immediate and future consequences. Both risky acquisition and wrong acquisition can either have long-term consequences or none. The long-term consequences can either be risky acquisition or wrong acquisition. Thus, there are 6 possibilities. The different types, with examples for each one, are as given in page 642. These are listed in order of importance, i.e. an earlier one is better than a later one. The geographical situation. The geographical situation could be such that, in the simplest cases, there is gain on all sides or gain on the flanks only. Likewise there may be loss on all sides or on the flanks only. There are 4 possibilities. These could be modified by an enemy or an ally introducing an element of doubt, making the number of possibilities 8. In more complex cases, there could be gain, loss, or uncertainty on one side paired with these 3 on another side. This gives rise to 6 more possibilities. However, as the course of action suggested is the same for 2 or more cases, the total number is reduced by kautilya to 9. The different types, along with the procedure for dealing with them, are given in pages 643 and 644. The time factor. At the start and during an expedition. Because the effects of risky acquisition, wrong acquisition, or uncertainty are apparent immediately during the course of an expedition, it is better to obtain the gain at the start or in the middle of the expedition. The gains become useful for overcoming the enemy in the rear, and the rear enemy's ally, for recouping the losses, expenses, and the rigors of the march and for protecting the base. Likewise, a wrong acquisition or a doubtful venture becomes more easily bearable to one staying in one's country before setting out. However, at the end of a campaign, after achieving the objective of weakening or destroying an enemy, it is better to act only to achieve fortune and not wrong acquisition or uncertainty, because of the dangers arising from an enemy. However, it is better for one who is not a leader in a joint expedition to meet with wrong acquisition or uncertainty in the middle or at the end, because the other members are not likely to be affected similarly. From 9.7.54-59. 9.7.14.22. X.7. Middle and neutral kings. The middle king and the neutral king are both outside the immediate circles of the conqueror and the enemy but powerful enough to influence the interaction between the two. It is also likely that, once the conqueror has subjugated his enemy, the middle king may become the natural enemy, because of the common border. It is, therefore, in the conqueror's interest not to let the middle king become too powerful. By and large the neutral king is to be treated in the same way as the middle king except for the fact that since he has no common borders with any, he is a bit remote from the scene of action. However, he is even more powerful than the conqueror, the enemy, and the middle king. 7 different situations are analyzed. The cases covered in verses 7.18.5-11, 12-13 and 14-17 are difficult to understand with different translators giving different explanations. Notes on translation No. 11. General. The policies to be adopted by the conqueror towards the neutral king are similar to those described below for the middle king. July 18, 26. In the following analysis about the middle king, the first refers to the conqueror and the third and the fifth, i.e. the ally and the friend of the ally are the constituents friendly to the conqueror. The second, fourth, and sixth the enemy's ally and the enemy's ally's friend are the constituents of the circle of states unfriendly to the conqueror. 7.18.1, 2. If the middle king does not take sides as between the two groups, he may help both or neither. If the middle king helps both groups, the conqueror shall maintain friendly relations with him. If he helps neither, the conqueror shall continue to be friendly to the first group. 7.18.3, 4. Aim. The conqueror, having strengthened himself by adopting the policies described below, shall weaken his enemy and strengthen his ally. July 18, 28. Reacting to the policies of the middle king. 1. Towards a true friend of the conqueror. In this case, the middle king may seek to separate a true ally from the conqueror and make him his own ally, or to subjugate the ally in order to increase his own power. There are different ways of dealing with this, depending on the strength of the middle king or the support that the conqueror gets from his circle of states. The conqueror shall preserve the alliance with the true ally by a. Making his own friends and the allies' friends rise up against the middle king, and b. Sowing dissension between the middle king and his own allies. 2. Or, the conqueror shall incite the kings of his circle of states to rise against the middle king by pointing out that, with the rise in power of the middle king, destruction of the whole circle is likely, and that it is necessary to mount a joint campaign to frustrate the middle king's designs. If the circle agrees, the conqueror shall increase his own power by suppressing the middle king. 3. If the kings of the circle of states do not all agree, the conqueror shall proceed step by step as follows: first, help the targeted ally with men and money, and then win over, with conciliation of gifts, one of the many kings who are hostile to the middle king. Such kings may be of different kinds. They may be a group of small kings who help each other in resisting the middle king. They may be a group who do not rise against the middle king because they are afraid of each other, or they may be such that if one of them is won over, others will follow. It is better to choose a leading king or one whose territory is adjacent to that of the middle king. Having doubled his power by winning over one of these kings, the conqueror shall try to triple it by winning over another, and so on. When he has accumulated enough power, he shall suppress the middle king. 4. When the conditions, time and place are not suitable, the conqueror shall make peace with the middle king while helping the ally. The conqueror may also try to undermine the middle king and enter into a treaty with the traitors in the middle king's court. 7.18.5-11. 2. Towards an ally who deserves to be weakened. In this case, the conqueror's interest lies in cutting down to size an ally who is likely to grow too strong one, while, at the same time, making sure that the middle king, who attacks the ally, does not gain an advantage. The conqueror, in order to avoid the ally being overrun by the middle king, shall keep on promising to save the ally, but do so only when he has been weakened enough. 7.18.12-13. 3. Towards an ally who deserves to be crushed. As in the previous case, the conqueror's interest lies in not letting the middle king grow too strong while dealing with a perfidious or unscrupulous ally too. In order to prevent the middle king from increasing his power, the conqueror may even give protection to an unscrupulous or perfidious ally, after he is weakened. Alternatively, he shall be brought under control, by granting him some other land when he is driven out of his own. This is to prevent him from seeking his shelter elsewhere, e.g. with the enemy. 7.18.14-15. 4. Towards unreliable allies who help the middle king. There are two possibilities. If the middle king is more powerful, then the conqueror has no interest in protecting the unscrupulous or perfidious ally from whatever designs the middle king may have on him. It is better to make peace with the middle king. On the other hand, if the perfidious allies are more powerful, it is better to make peace with them. If any of the unscrupulous or perfidious allies of the conqueror help the middle king, the conqueror shall make peace with the middle king, even by giving a hostage such as the crown prince or the chief of defense. If these unreliable allies are powerful enough to subdue the conqueror, it is better to make peace with them. 7.18.16-17. 5. Towards the conqueror's enemy. This is a clear case of the interests of the middle king and the conqueror coinciding. The conqueror shall make peace with the middle king when he proceeds against the conqueror's enemy, thus gaining his own ends while pleasing the middle king. 7.18.18-19. 6. Towards the middle king's own true ally. The conqueror has no direct interest when the middle king proceeds against his own true ally other than to make peace between them. If the middle king were to attack his own true ally, the conqueror shall, promote peace between them, by the ally giving a crown prince or chief of defense as hostage. 2. Use his influence to dissuade the middle king by pointing out how unworthy it is to attack one's own ally, or 3. remain indifferent if he thinks that the middle king's circle of states would, in any case, get angry with him for destroying his own side. 7.18.20-22. 7. Towards the middle king's own enemy. If the middle king wants to proceed against his own enemy, the conqueror shall provide help with men and money, in a covert manner in order to put the middle king under an obligation while not antagonizing the other king. July 18, 23. Middle and neutral kings. Between the middle and neutral kings, the conqueror shall lean towards that king who is liked by his circle of kings. July 18, 25. If the middle king is to proceed against the neutral king, the conqueror shall help the middle king with a view to sowing dissension between the two. July 18, 24. If the neutral king were to proceed against the middle king, the conqueror shall side with the one who helps him to outmaneuver his own enemy, who helps his ally, or who helps him with troops. July 18, 27. The marginal preference for the middle king is due to the fact of there being a common boundary between him and the conqueror and none between the conqueror and the neutral king. X.8. On attacks in the rear. As mentioned in the introduction to this part, Parshnigraha is a very important concept. The word represents both the concept of attacking another king in the rear and the king doing the attacking. The analysis is based on the conqueror and the enemy being faced with the identical situation and is described using the technique of who outmaneuver whom. It must be noted that the terms used are relative. For example, a king who attacks someone else in the rear could himself be attacked in the rear. The concept simply means that when one king is fighting another, a third king attacks the first one from a different direction. Since the discussion is theoretical and is based on a hypothetical situation, Chapter 7.13 has been interpreted in a variety of ways. Let us envisage a situation where both the conqueror and his natural enemy have an opportunity of increasing their power by attacking their respective enemies in the rear, because these latter two are, in turn, engaged in fighting their own enemies. This basic situation, described in 7.13.1, is shown in the diagram. It is easier to visualize if it is shown as two figures, one from the conqueror's point of view and the other from the enemy's point of view. For convenience, the different relationships in the diagram can be tabulated as follows. In the diagrams and table, A is the conqueror, B his natural enemy and C, the conqueror's enemy in the rear. C could be engaged in his own fight with D while, correspondingly, F, the enemy's enemy in the rear, could be engaged in his own fight with G. In this parallel situation, when A attacks C and B attacks F, who does better? This is the problem analyzed in verses 7.13.1-10. The analysis is in terms of four successive logical levels. The first is if, of the kings attacked in the rear by the conqueror and the enemy, one is more powerful than the other. The second is if both are equally powerful, the king who has mobilized more extensively. The third is, in case of equal mobilization, the one who uses all his resources for the attack, and the last, when the first three are all equal, is, he who attacks one entrenched in a fort. The purpose of this step-by-step analysis is to show that, when the conqueror and the enemy both attack different kings in the rear, he who chooses a more difficult adversary will eventually emerge stronger, because of having eliminated a stronger threat to his own rear. 7.13.11-13 state the principle that, as between the conqueror and the enemy, whoever attacks a more unpopular king will do better. A different situation exists when C is fighting D, an ally of the conqueror, but F is attacking H, an enemy common to B and F. This situation is analyzed in 7.13.14-19. The importance of going to the help of threatened allies is stressed. 7.13.20-23 Consider the situation after the attack in the rear. Obviously, whoever gains more, either materially or strategically, comes out better. 7.13.26-28 are special cases of both the conqueror and the enemy attacking the middle or neutral king. We must recall that both the middle and neutral kings are bigger than both the conqueror and the enemy and can influence both. The situation analyzed is one when the middle or neutral king is engaged in a fight with someone else and the conqueror or his enemy can utilize this opportunity to attack in the rear the middle or neutral king, as the case may be, with a view to reducing his power. Who comes out better out of this operation, may depend on the third king attacked by the middle or neutral king, since the third king may become a friend as a result of the help given by the rear attack. Alternatively, the relations between the middle or neutral king and his own ally may become strained due to the ally not doing anything to prevent the attack in the rear. In short, an attack in the rear on the middle or neutral king is worth making only if it wins an ally. 7.13.29-36 contain advice to the king who is himself attacked in the rear. Such an attack should never be ignored. The kautilyan dictum is that an enemy's destruction shall be brought about even at the cost of great losses and expenses. For fighting the attacker in the rear, unreliable troops should be used, thus killing two birds with one stone, warding off the attack while getting rid of treacherous troops. Mounting an attack in the rear. Attacked kings unequal. The following are the relative merits when the conqueror and the enemy intend to attack their respective enemies in the rear, when these are engaged in fighting their own enemies. I. He who attacks the more powerful king, outmaneuver the other. For after defeating his own primary enemy, the more powerful king will become more capable of dealing with the attacker in the rear, i.e. the conqueror or the conqueror's enemy. The weaker of the two may even emerge without any gain. 2. When the two kings attacked by the conqueror and his enemy are both equal in power, he who attacks the king who has mobilized extensively, outmaneuver the other. 4. A king who has made more extensive preparations is more likely to become more powerful after defeating his own enemy and thus more capable of dealing with his attacker in the rear. The weaker of the two might end up with his army bogged down for lack of preparation. 3. If the two kings attacked are not only equal in power but have also mobilized to the same extent, he who attacks the king attacking his own enemy with all his resources outmaneuver the other. 4. It is easier to overpower a king whose base is left undefended than one who goes on a campaign with a part of his troops, after having made arrangements to defend his rear. 4. If the two kings attacked utilize the same number of troops for attack and for defense of the rear, he who attacks the king fighting against a mobile enemy not entrenched in a fort, outmaneuver the other. 4. One fighting against an unentrenched enemy can win more easily than the one fighting an entrenched enemy, and after winning be able to tackle the king, i.e. the conqueror or his enemy who had attacked him in the rear. The king fighting against an entrenched enemy, even if he is repulsed by the fort and turns against the attacker in the rear, is still threatened by the enemy in the fort. This aspect of entrenchment in a fort also applies to the earlier cases. 7.13.1-10. Other cases. Unpopularity of attacked king. I. Righteousness. If the two kings are equal in all respects, he who attacks the king fighting a righteous king, outmaneuver the other. 4. He who attacks a righteous king will be hated by his own people and by others, and an attack in the rear on the attacker will, therefore, be welcomed. Conversely, one who attacks an unrighteous king will be liked by all, and an attack in the rear on such a king will promote hostility. 7.13.11-12. 2. Prodigal or miserly kings. For similar reasons, whoever conqueror or enemy attacks in the rear a king fighting a prodigal, spendthrift, or miserly one ruler, loses popular sympathy. July 13, 13. Allies and enemies. I. Likewise, whoever goes to the help of an ally by attacking in the rear the ally's enemy is appreciated. July 13, 14. 2. If one of the two kings attacks an ally of, say, the conqueror, and the other attacks an enemy of, say, the enemy, he who attacks in the rear the attacker of an ally outmaneuver the other. 4. One attacking an ally may easily overpower him and then turn round on the enemy in the rear. One cannot make peace with an enemy, and a friend is ever a well-wisher. 7.13.15-17. 3. If one of the two kings is about to destroy his own ally and the other is about to destroy his own enemy, he who attacks in the rear the destroyer of his own enemy outmaneuver the other. 4. A king who has destroyed an enemy will become more powerful and may then turn round and attack his enemy in the rear. Conversely, the other only weakens his own side. 7.13.18,19. After the attack. Material gain. If the two kings fighting their respective enemies come out of their fights with no gains, whoever conqueror or enemy had attacked in the rear that king who had lost the prospects of a greater gain or had suffered heavy losses and expenses outmaneuver the other. 2. If the two kings fighting their respective enemies come out of their fights with gains, whoever conqueror or enemy had attacked in the rear that king who had gained less outmaneuver the other. Alternatively, the outmaneuverer is the one who had attacked in the rear a king who had attacked another king capable of doing him greater harm in the war. 7.13.20,21. Strategic gain. 3. As between the conqueror and the enemy, each of them attacking in the rear a different king, the outmaneuverer is the one who, a. is better at raising sufficient troops to succeed in the campaign, b. attacks a king entrenched in a fort or, c. attacks a king situated on his flank. 4. A king situated on the flank of the conqueror can both attack the base of the conqueror and go to the help of the other king under attack in the rear from the conqueror. A king situated in the rear can only attack the base and cannot go to the help of the other, being too far away. 7.13.22,23. Attacking the middle or neutral king in the rear. When the conqueror and the enemy both contemplate an attack in the rear on the middle or neutral king with a view to reducing his power, whoever, at the end of the campaign, succeeds in separating the middle, or neutral, king and his ally or converts a former enemy into his own ally, is said to outmaneuver the other. Even an enemy who helps is fit to be allied with, not an ally who does not act like one. 7.13.26-28. On dealing with an attack in the rear. Some teachers say that when a king, about to go on a campaign against his enemy, is attacked in the rear, it is better for him to adopt the measures of mantrayuddha, to a diplomatic offensive to persuade the attacker in there or not to do so. The reason is in an actual war with troops, both parties suffer a decline because of losses and expenses, even the winner, with depleted treasury and army, will be a loser. Kautilya disagrees. An enemy's destruction shall be brought about even at the cost of great losses and expenses. When the conqueror and the enemy both fight their respective rear enemies and both suffer equal losses, whoever gets his untrustworthy troops destroyed by making them face the attacker first and then, freed of traitors, fights with reliable troops outmaneuver the other. Even when both get their untrustworthy troops destroyed, whoever succeeds in eliminating more powerful, very treacherous, or a larger number of troops, outmaneuver the other. The above also applies to attacks by other hostile forces and by jungle tribes. 7.13.29-36. X.9. Against confederacies and oligarchies. Against an attacking confederacy. 7.14 deals with the situation when a king is beset by a confederacy of allies and needs to recoup his powers and build up his strength. The first step is to break up the unity of the confederacy. Kautilya distinguishes two cases and suggests courses of action when there is a clearly defined leader in the confederacy 7.14.1-9 and another when there is no such leader 7.14.10,11. When the king under attack cannot afford the time needed to sow dissension among the members of the confederacy, Kautilya advises that it is best to make peace by making concessions. With the time bought by peace, he shall try to remedy his weaknesses. What to do to remedy each type of weakness is given in 7.14.14-28. General. When the king under attack is assailed by a confederacy of kings, he shall try to prevent them from attacking him and use the time gained to augment his group of allies, powers of analysis and judgment, wealth, and military forces with a view to escaping the clutches of his enemies. 7.14.1,29. When the confederacy has a leader. The king under attack shall offer to the leader of the confederacy both money and a treaty of alliance and point out that he is doubly benefited by money and friendship. He shall point out that the others in the confederacy are taking advantage of him while masquerading as his friends and, when they have grown at his expense, will overthrow him. Or, he may try to sow dissension by pointing out that, just as he himself who had done no harm to anyone was being attacked by the Confederacy, so could they, with their combined force, also attack the leader, irrespective of whether the leader was free or beset by calamities. He shall point out that since power corrupts minds, it is better to prevent the other members from becoming too powerful. When the king succeeds in sowing dissension within the Confederacy, he shall adopt whichever course best suits his own interests, either set the leader against the weaker members of the Confederacy or assist the weaker ones to fight the leader. In any case he shall bring in such enmity among the members of the Confederacy that it breaks up. Or, the king under attack may make a separate agreement with the leader, offering him more than he would have got from the Confederacy. Then double agents shall poison the minds of the other Confederates by showing how they had been cheated by their leader who makes greater profit by the separate treaty. When their minds are duly poisoned, some of them shall be made to break the Confederacy agreement. Double agents shall again use this as further proof of disunity within the Confederacy and sow more dissension. When the Confederacy is divided, the king under attack shall support one of the groups and plan his actions accordingly. 17.14.1-9. When the Confederacy has no leader. When there is no clear leader among the Confederates, the king under attack shall select one according to the following criteria and win him over by the method described below. Ones later in the list shall be selected before the one earlier, i.e. the list is in descending order of difficulty of bringing about the breakup of the Confederacy. I. The inciter, by surrendering himself. 2. The resolute, by conciliation and obsequiousness. 3. One with loyal subjects, by marriage alliances. 4. One who joins the Confederacy out of greed, by offering him double what he expects to get out of joining it. V. One who joins out of fear, by offering money and forces. 6. One afraid of the king under attack, by creating confidence with the offer of a hostage. 7. One with blood ties to the king under attack, by offering even closer ties of unity. 8. An ally, both by doing what is mutually beneficial and by the king under attack sacrificing some gain in favor of the ally. 9. A fickle enemy, both by dropping hostile activities against him and by offering help. The conqueror shall adopt any means as appropriate the four methods of conciliation, placating with gifts, sowing dissension, and the use of force or any of the methods explained earlier under revolts and rebellions too, in order to win over the members of the Confederacy. 7.14.10,11. When it is necessary to gain time. When, because of a calamity, the conqueror is under attack and does not have the time to implement the techniques of sowing dissension, he shall enter into a treaty with the Confederacy, offering the use of his wealth or his forces and specifying the terms, the time, the place, and the nature of the work. After concluding the treaty, he shall set about remedying his own weaknesses, which may be, I. Lack of support or protection, 2. Inadequate analysis and judgment, 3. Insufficient material resources, or 4. Unenthusiastic troops. If he lacks support, he shall create a group of supporters from among his friends and kinsmen. If he lacks physical protection, he shall build an impregnable fort. 4. He who is defended by forts and allies is respected by his own people and by others. If he lacks the power of good counsel, he shall recruit wise men into his service and surround himself with old men learned in the sciences. This will benefit him immediately. If he lacks power, he shall endeavor to promote the welfare of his people. 4. Power comes from the countryside, which is the source of all activities. The means of augmenting one's resources and power are: in times of trouble, the fort provides a haven to the people and the king himself. Waterworks, dams, embankments, etc. are the source of crops. The best results are obtained from a good rainfall when the water is continuously made available by means of storage reservoirs. Trade routes are the means of outmaneuvering the enemy, for it is through these routes that armies and secret agents are sent, weapons, armor, carriages and draft animals are bought, and travel facilitated. Mines are the source of war material. Productive forests are the source of materials for building forts, carriages, and chariots. Elephant forests provide elephants. Animal herds provide cattle, horses, donkeys, and camels. In case the resources are not available in his own territory, he shall obtain them from allies and kinsmen. If his forces lack enthusiasm and energy, he shall recruit, to the greatest extent possible, brave men from the guilds, robber bands, jungle tribes, mlekas, and agents trained in doing harm to enemies. He shall employ either the methods suggested for dealing with mixed treason, internal treachery and treachery by the enemy, or those suggested for the weaker king. 37.14.12-28. On controlling oligarchies. The whole of Book 11, with its single chapter, is devoted to how the conqueror can control samgas, normally translated as oligarchies. The arthashastra, for the most part, deals with states as if they were synonymous with their single, absolute rulers, as mentioned in 8.2.1, a king encapsulates all the constituents of a state. However, at least one other type of government, the oligarchy, existed. Though in some samgas, the rulers called themselves rajas, or kings, the oligarchies were characterized by the collective leadership of a council of leaders. In 11.1.4,5 are listed the states with oligarchic rule in Kautilya's time. For details see notes on translation 12. Except for a few verses, Book 11 is concerned with how the conqueror can sow dissension among the members of the ruling oligarchy and to kill some of them in order to bring them under control. Kautilya also cautions the oligarchies against falling into the traps set by the conqueror. The use of clandestine agents and methods to sow dissension among the chiefs of an oligarchy 11.1.6-14, have been included in 9.4. On oligarchies. Because oligarchies are cohesive entities, enemies cannot break them easily. 1.1.2. The chief of an oligarchy shall endear himself to his people by just behavior, being self-controlled and diligent in pursuing activities which are liked by the people and are of benefit to them. November 1, 56. The oligarchies shall protect themselves from the deceitful tricks of the single king. November 1, 55. On controlling oligarchies. General. Among gaining an oligarchy, an army or an ally, gaining an oligarchy is the best, because of its unassailable cohesiveness. The conqueror shall win over those favorably disposed towards him with conciliation and gifts, and sow dissension or use force against those hostile to him. 11.1.1,3. When the oligarchy has been divided by sowing dissension, the conqueror shall remove the weaker parties from their own territory and settle them together somewhere else, or, better still, they shall be settled as agriculturists in groups of 5 or 10 families. For if settled together they may become an armed group. When settled in a dispersed manner, any attempt by them to get together shall be made a punishable offense. In all cases of strife among the members of an oligarchy, whether they arise by themselves or are incited by assassins, the conqueror shall assist the weaker party with money and arms, make them fight the hostile group and urge them to kill their rivals. 11.1.15-19,53. Sowing dissension. Sowing the seeds of dissension. In all cases, secret agents placed close to the chiefs of an oligarchy shall find out the causes of quarrels such as mutual jealousy, hatred, or enmity, and shall sow the seeds of discord by systematically getting each one to believe that someone else was slandering him. When resentment has thus been built up between two groups, agents in the guise of teachers shall stir up quarrels even among the children, using their rivalry in learning, skill, gambling, or sports. These quarrels shall then be used as follows. 11.1.6,7. 2. Using class conflicts. Agents may excite the ambitions of sons of chiefs of lower status to aspire to high status. Then, while urging those of lower status to dine at the same table with those of higher status or to marry a girl of higher status, the agents shall persuade the chiefs of higher status not to agree to interdining or intermarriage. Or, they may encourage the sons from the families of the lowest status to seek equality in matters of family, valor, or social precedence. In case any agreement is reached among the contending parties on settling their questions, the agents shall have it nullified by establishing the grounds for a contrary agreement. 11.1.9-13. 3. Using assassins. Assassins shall start quarrels among the supporters of the chiefs in brothels and taverns, by praising their opponents or by supporting the treacherous elements among them. When there is a legal dispute, assassins may create fights by creating a provocation at night, such as damaging objects or killing animals or men. 11.1.8-14. 4. By putting up a pretender. The conqueror may install as a prince a young man, born of a noble family, but one who has been ignored or cast out by those calling themselves kings. Soothsayers and readers of omens shall proclaim to the oligarchy that the young man has characteristics of royalty and instigate the just chiefs to acknowledge the nobility of his descent. The conqueror shall send men and money to those who agree in order to strengthen the traitors to the unity of the oligarchy. When a fight develops between the two groups, agents in the guise of vintners shall liberally offer liquor spiked with special juices using some excuse such as the birth of a son, a marriage, or a death. 11.1.20-24. V. By false accusations of treachery. Secret agents shall place at the gates of sanctuaries, temples, or in fortified places of one of the chiefs of the oligarchy, bags of gold with identifiable seals or vessels with coins, as if they were payments after an alleged agreement. When other chiefs appear, the agents shall proclaim that the payment was made by the conqueror as a bribe. Having created dissension, a fight shall be provoked. Or, the conqueror may borrow vehicles or gold from the oligarchy, and he shall then give back the best known to one of the chiefs. When the oligarchy demands the return of the borrowed items, they shall be informed that they had been returned to a chief, giving the impression that he was cheating the others. 11.1.25-29. X.X. The weak king. The analysis of foreign policy in this part, until now, has been from the point of view of the conqueror and, sometimes, of the conqueror and his enemy, as initiators of the action. The concept of the weak king is, however, quite different. He is the king who is the target of aggression by a stronger king. That a king cannot always make the first move in conquest is recognized by including seeking shelter as one of the 6 methods of foreign policy. This is discussed in 7.15, which covers both seeking the protection of a stronger king and taking shelter in a fort. Book 12 covers all aspects of the aggression against a weak king who has taken refuge in a fort. Of the 5 chapters, most of 12.2 and 12.3 and the whole of 12.4 contain a description of clandestine methods to be used against the aggressor. The general advice to a weak king, under threat from an aggressor, is given in 12.1.1-932 and 7.15.13-20. Kautilya eschews the extreme positions of earlier teachers and cautions both against spineless submission and foolhardy valor. It is better to give up what is sure to be taken by force and live to fight another day. Only if the circumstances are not conducive to peace shall he fight. The attitude to be adopted towards the aggressor also depends on the character of the aggressor, whether he is righteous, greedy, or monstrous. A weak king can either seek shelter in a fort or with another king. If the protection of another king is sought, the preference shall be for a strong king who is immune to the diplomatic machinations of the aggressor, has sound advisors, comparable military strength, and has mobilized. In the absence of such a strong king, protection of kings weaker than the aggressor can be sought, so long as they have these good qualities and also have terrain and time suitable for fighting. If no protector can be found, the weak king may seek refuge in an impregnable fort with a strong body of men to defend it. While sheltered in the fort, the weak king shall do whatever is possible to improve his position, as indicated in detail in July 15, 12. The last resort is surrendering, with honor, to the aggressor. Verses 7.15.21-29 prescribe the submissive code of conduct of the surrender. It is presumed that a righteous aggressor will treat the subjugated king fairly, as described in 7.16.17-19-23-28 in X.4. Book 12 is a strictly logical exposition of advice to the weak king for dealing with different stages of the aggression. The stages are: I. When the aggressor is getting ready to attack. 2. When he starts the military campaign by marching towards the fort. 3. When he starts the siege. 4. When defeat is imminent, and v. After the defeat. A weak king may try to reduce his losses by suing for peace during most of the stages. Equally, he can employ clandestine methods to kill or weaken the aggressor. What, in all prudence, he should do will depend on the circumstances of each case. In the first stage, when the aggressor is mobilizing for an attack, the weak king may sue for peace, try diplomacy, or wage clandestine warfare, as described later 12.1.17-22. Peace can be sought even after the aggressor starts on his campaign but by offering useless things 12.1.24-31. If this fails, an envoy can be sent to dissuade the aggressor from continuing his campaign 12.2.15-18. If this is also useless, the aggressor can be killed or undermined by provoking rebellions and attacks 12.2.8-10. Or, he can be assassinated 12.2.2-7. Clandestine methods can be used to subvert his princes. December 3, 1516, high officials 12.2.19-24, 12.3.12-13, the viceroy and the chancellor 12.2.25-33, army chiefs 12.2.11-14, 12.3.14, the chief commanders of the four wings 12.3.1-4, and others 12.3.5-10. Translations of the verses referred to above will be found in 9.4. Other kings may be approached for assistance 12.3.18-21. 12.4 contains a series of clandestine methods for counteracting the aggressor. Eventually the aggressor may besiege the fort itself. The weak king can take a number of precautions 12.5.9-15 to be better able to withstand the siege. The use of tunnels as a means of both attack and defense is an interesting aspect 12.5.16-20. It is also possible for the weak king to escape, leaving the fort in the hands of a trusted relative 12.5.21-22. Tricks may be played on the aggressor in order to obtain his stores or massacre his troops 12.5.23-30. The weak king may, even at this stage, sue for peace 12.5.31-34. When the weak king can no longer defend the fort, he can either mount a night attack and escape, or escape through a tunnel 12.5.35-42. If he cannot escape, he may hide himself in a secret place and when the aggressor is installed in the kingdom, wreak vengeance on him 12.5.43-51. Attitude towards a stronger king. Bharadvaja says that a weak king, when attacked by a stronger king, shall bend like a reed and surrender his all. For he who submits to a strong king bows to Indra. On the other hand Vishalaksha says that a weak king shall fight with all his resources, for only with valor can one surmount calamities. It is the dharma of a kshatriya to fight, whether he wins or loses. Kautilya disagrees with both. He who surrenders all lives only a life of despair, like a sheep that has strayed from its herd. On the other hand one fighting with a tiny army perishes like one trying to cross the ocean without a boat. It is better to seek the protection of a powerful king or an impregnable fort. 12.1.1-9. The weaker king shall offer, by one means or another, that which the other will, in any case, take by force. It is life that is worth preserving, not wealth which, being impermanent, can be given up without regrets. December 1, 32. Types of aggressors. There are three types of aggressors. I. The righteous aggressor is satisfied with submission. The weak shall yield to him, particularly when there is danger from another enemy. 2. The greedy aggressor is satisfied with seizing land and goods. The weak king shall give up wealth to him. 3. The monstrous aggressor is satisfied only when he takes the land, goods, wives, sons, and even the life of the defeated. A weak king may give up land and goods but shall not let himself be taken. 12.1.10-16. Seeking protection when attacked. Protection of other kings. When attacked by a strong king, a weak king shall seek the protection of a king who is stronger than the aggressor and who cannot be swayed by the diplomacy of the aggressor trying to outmaneuver the weak king. Where there is a choice between kings equally immune to the diplomacy of the aggressor, the weak king shall seek the protection of one who has better counselors too and who surrounds himself with wise elders. If there is no king stronger than the aggressor, the weak king shall join forces with a king who has the same military strength or the same number of troops as the aggressor. Such a king shall be one who is immune to the aggressor's efforts to outmaneuver the weak king with his diplomatic intrigues and his might. When there is a choice between kings equally immune to the diplomacy and might of the aggressor, the one who has made more extensive preparations for war shall be preferred. If there is no king even of strength equal to that of the aggressor, the weak king shall join forces with kings who, though less powerful than the aggressor, are upright, energetic and opposed to the aggressor. They shall be immune to the aggressor's efforts, using his diplomacy, might and enthusiasm to outmaneuver the weak king. When there is a choice between kings equally immune to the diplomacy, might and energy of the aggressor, he who has battlefields favorable to him shall be preferred. Among those having equally favorable battlefields, he who can fight at a time suitable to him shall be preferred. Among those equal in place and time of war, he who has better weapons and armor shall be preferred. 7.15.1-8. Protection of forts. If a weak king cannot find any other king to protect him, he shall seek shelter in a fort. It shall be such that the aggressor, even with a large force, cannot cut off supplies of food, fodder, fuel, and water, and shall be so impregnable that the aggressor will suffer heavy losses and expenses if he tries to take it. When there is a choice of forts, some teachers think that one with a better stock of materials shall be preferred. Kautilya is of the view that a fort with men, as well as stocks, is preferable. 7.15.9-11. Seeking shelter in a fort is not an end in itself. The aim is to utilize the protection to defeat the aggressor. The weak king shall entrench himself in a fort in order to I. Win over the enemy in the rear enemy's ally, the middle king, or the neutral king to his side and against the aggressor. 2. Have the aggressor's kingdom captured or destroyed by one of the following: a neighbor, a jungle chief, a pretender of his family, or an unjustly treated prince. 3. Instigate a revolt in the aggressor's fort, country, or camp with the help of a group of traitors. 4. Kill the aggressor, when he is near, by means of a weapon, fire, poison or clandestine methods, and as and when the entrenched king chooses. V. Make the aggressor suffer heavy losses and expenses by operations conducted by the king himself or through his clandestine agents. 6. Gradually sow dissension among the aggressor's allies or army when these suffer from heavy losses, expenses, or long marches. 7. Capture the aggressor's camp by cutting off the supplies going to it and by destroying the foraging parties. 8. Strike at the aggressor with all one's forces mobilized after creating a weak point in his forces by a secret diversionary attack. 9. Compel the aggressor when he is disheartened to make peace with the entrenched king on his own terms. X. Keep the aggressor engaged while insurrections rise all round him. 11. Get the forces allies or jungle tribes to devastate the denuded base of the aggressor. 12. Safeguard, from the safety of the fort, the welfare of his own vast territory. 13. Collect together, by staying in one place, an invincible army made up of one's own dispersed forces and those of allies. 14. Free one's own army who are expert in fighting on water from trenches or at night, tired from the rigors of a long march, for a battle when the aggressor comes near the fort. 15. Render the attack ineffective by making the aggressor lay siege to the fort at a wrong time and in inhospitable terrain after suffering heavy losses and expenses in getting there. 16. Ensure that the aggressor suffers heavy losses and expenses in getting to the inaccessible fort, having had to contend with forts and forests along the way, or 17. Ensure the destruction of the aggressor, by being made to pass through regions full of sickness and with no suitable places for military operations, he will arrive, if at all, in distress, and even if he arrives, will never return. July 15, 12. Peace or resistance. Some teachers say that, if none of the above-mentioned aims are achievable, or if the aggressor is of very much greater strength, the weak king has only two choices. He can either leave the fort and run away, or he can fight the much superior force of the enemy and perish like a moth in a flame. Even a desperate fight has some value. For to one who has given up all hope there is success one way or the other, either victory or death. 7.15.13-15. Kautilya disagrees. If the weak king finds that the circumstances are conducive to peace between him and the aggressor, he shall sue for peace by sending an envoy. If the aggressor sends an envoy, the weak king shall greet the envoy with money and honor and surrender himself and his kingdom, while offering gifts to the envoy's king from himself and to the queen and princes from his queen and princes. 7.15.16, 17, 19, 20. If the circumstances are not conducive for peace, the weak king shall first fight and then by his valor seek peace or asylum. 3 July 15, 18. Conduct of a king given protection. When a weak king has been afforded protection, he shall behave towards his protector like a courtier taking service with a king. 4 July 15, 21. A king surrendering with his forces shall serve the strong king by merging his own forces with those of the protector and by avoiding the company of undesirable people such as those suspected of treachery to the strong king. July 15, 30. He shall undertake the following activities only when permitted by the protector: build a fort or other defensive works, arrange the marriages of princes and princesses, install the heir apparent as crown prince, trade in horses, capture elephants, go on pilgrimages or pleasure trips. He shall also obtain his protector's permission before doing anything in his own territory, such as giving instructions to ministers and officials or punishing deserters. If anyone in his cities and countryside becomes hostile, he shall get rid of them by using clandestine methods suggested elsewhere for dealing with traitors, or ask his protector to give some other land with well-behaved people. In any case, he shall not accept any land, however suitable, offered to him out of the territory of an ally. When he cannot get an audience with the protector, he may see the protector's counselor, Purohita, chief of defense or crown prince, and show them favors to the extent possible. On all occasions of worshipping gods or recitations of blessings he shall make his people pray for the long life of the protector. Everywhere, he shall proclaim the benefits to him of his protector, so as not to display any disaffection on his part. 7.15.22-29. When the aggressor is getting ready to attack. When an aggressor is on the point of attacking, the weak king has three choices: he can make peace with the aggressor, try to avert the attack by diplomacy mantrayuddha, or wage secret warfare. 5. He shall try to win over the sections favorable to him in the aggressor's camp by means of conciliation and gifts, and prevent treachery in his own camp by sowing dissension and use of force. 12.1.17, 18. At this stage the weak king may make peace without taking any action to harm the aggressor. December 1, 23. If, however, he wants to weaken the aggressor first, he may send an envoy after taking any of the following actions. I. Using clandestine agents to destroy, with weapons, poison or fire, the aggressor's fort, country, or camp. 2. Harassing the aggressor's rear from all sides. 3. Making jungle tribes devastate the aggressor's country, or 4. Helping a pretender or an unjustly treated prince to seize the throne. 12.1.19-22. After the aggressor has started on his march. If the aggressor sets out in spite of efforts to avert the attack, the weaker king shall sue for peace. From December 1, 24. Suing for peace. In negotiating for peace, the weak king shall successively offer a quarter more of money and arms each day until the offer is accepted. December 1, 24. Since the intention is to avert the attack at the lowest possible cost, the weak king shall first make a low offer, wait for a day to see whether it is accepted, increase the offer by a quarter and so on. The specification of a quarter or delay of a day need not be taken literally. If the weak king seeks peace on condition of surrendering a portion of his forces and the offer is accepted, he shall give dull and cowardly elephants and horses. If he has to give active and energetic animals, a long-acting poison 6 shall be administered to them. If peace is sought on condition of surrendering a portion of his men, the weak king shall give treacherous, foreign or jungle tribes under the command of a trusted officer who will arrange the destruction of both the strong king's troops and the troops supplied, or 2. Temperamental and hot-headed troops who are likely to revolt when feeling insulted, or 3. Loyal troops of the standing army who will strike on behalf of the weak king when the strong king is in difficulty. If peace is sought on condition of paying money, the weak king shall give articles of high value for which there are no buyers, or forest produce that is unfit for use in war. If the condition is surrender of land, the weak king shall give land that can be easily recovered, which has permanent enemies, 7 which provides no shelter or which can only be settled with heavy losses and expenses. In extreme cases the weak king may make peace by offering to surrender everything, except his capital city. 12.1.2531. Averting an attack. If the aggressor declines to conclude a peace treaty, the weak king shall try to persuade him to do so by reasoning with him. The arguments to be used are that the strong king, was being misled by friends in name but enemies in reality, 2. Frightening all his allies, 3. Promoting the interests of his enemies, and 4. Because of all this risking his wealth and his life. The envoy, speaking for the weak king, shall point out that in times past kings had perished because they fell prey to one or other of the 6 vices, lust, anger, greed, conceit, arrogance, and foolhardiness, 8, and that the aggressor was in danger of following these kings who had no self-control. It was better to pay heed to spiritual and material well-being, dharma and artha. Those who advised him to behave rashly, in violation of the principles of dharma and artha, were friends only in name but were really his enemies. It was rash to fight brave men, who cared not for their own lives. It was a violation of dharma to cause the death of many on both sides. It was a violation of artha to sacrifice one's existing wealth and one's blameless ally, i.e. the weak king himself. The envoy shall also point out the following. The weak king, who had many allies, would get many more with the things, forces, men, wealth, or land rejected by the strong king. Together they could attack the strong king from all sides. While the weak king still enjoyed the support of his own circle of kings, the middle king and the neutral king, all these had abandoned the strong aggressor. For they were just waiting for him to start the war, incur heavy losses and expenses, be cut off from his allies and lose his control over his stronghold, then they would strike and overwhelm him. 12.2.2-7. Undermining the aggressor. If, in spite of the efforts to avert an attack, the aggressor actually starts his campaign, the weak king shall adopt the following measures. Provoke a revolt among the subjects of the strong king, using the method suggested for dealing with oligarchies. 9. 2. Draw out and assassinate the strong king using the method suggested elsewhere. 10. 3. Use assassins and poisoners to attack those points of protection which have been specified in the section on the king's personal security. 11. And 4. Win over jungle chiefs to his side, by giving them wealth and honor, and use them to devastate the aggressor's country. 12.2.8-10, 12.3.17. 4 clandestine methods of assassinating the aggressor and subverting the princes, high officials, viceroy, chancellor, chief commanders of corps and others. See 9.4. Using the circle of kings. The aggressor's enemy in the rear shall be persuaded to attack the aggressor in the rear on the grounds that, after destroying the weak king, the aggressor was bound to turn against his enemy in the rear. This king shall be promised that, in case the aggressor turns on him first, the weak king will himself attack in the rear the aggressor, i.e. promise corresponding help. The aggressor's own allies shall be persuaded to join him in a combined campaign on the grounds that, without the weak king acting as a dam, they were all in danger of being overwhelmed by the aggressor. All kings, whether allied or not, shall be cautioned that, after destroying the weak king, the aggressor would turn against them, and that it was in their own interest to help the weak king. The middle king or the neutral king, whoever is nearer, may be appealed to, even by offering to surrender everything, for the sake of deliverance from the aggressor. 12.3.18-21 Counterattack. 4 clandestine methods of counterattacking the aggressor: provoking an attack on him by others, attacking him with poison, creating chaos in his camp, and attempting to kill him when his expedition is approaching the fort for the siege, see 9.4. When besieged by the aggressor. The reasons why a weak king should seek the protection of a fort have been explained earlier. December 5, 12. Precautions. The weak king shall take the following precautions as the aggressor approaches to lay a siege. I. Move those people who can help him to resist the siege into the fort from the countryside. 2. Move those incapable of withstanding the siege out of the fort. 3. Send out of the fort things easily replaceable or things which help the enemy. 4. Concentrate the rest of the population of the countryside in a mountain, forest, or river fort, or in an inaccessible place in the middle of a forest, and place these under the charge of a son or a brother, i.e. a reliable member of the family. V. Burn all grass and wood for a distance of 1 yojana around the fort to improve visibility and deny the enemy any cover. 6. Spoil or divert all nearby waterworks, and 7. Lay traps such as deep well-like holes, concealed pits, and thorny obstructions. 12.5.9-11,13-15 Use of tunnels. I. The besieged king shall cause a tunnel to be dug from the fort with many openings into the aggressor's camp, and carry away stores, leaders, or even the besieger himself. 2. If the besieger digs a tunnel, it shall be flooded either by deepening the moat or by digging a well outside the fort walls. 3. Precautions shall be taken for finding out whether the besieger was digging a tunnel by placing water pots and bronze vessels in places where digging is suspected. 4. When the aggressor is discovered to be digging a tunnel, a counter-tunnel shall be dug, the enemy's tunnel broken into and flooded with water or filled with smoke. 12.5.16-20 Leaving the fort without surrendering. The besieged king may make arrangements for the defense of the fort, appoint a kinsman in charge, and himself go away in a direction away from the path of the aggressor. He shall go to such a place where I. He may join up with allies, kinsmen, jungle chiefs, or great enemies or traitors of the aggressor. 2. By his presence, he may be able to sow dissension between the enemy and the enemy's allies, mount an attack on the enemy's rear, capture the enemy's kingdom, obstruct the enemy's supplies and reinforcements, or harass the enemy by trickery. 3. He may be able to protect his kingdom. 4. He can strengthen his standing army, or v. He can sue for peace on his own terms from where he is. 12.5.21-22 Depriving besieger of money or troops by deception. Those accompanying the king pretending to be traders may ask the besieger to send money or troops, as if for trade or barter, on receipt of which they would either kill the king or hand him over bound. When the aggressor sends money or troops, the weak king shall appropriate them. Or, a frontier governor shall pretend to surrender the fort, invite the enemy's troops in to take it over and kill them when they come inside, trusting the governor. Or, the enemy's troops may be invited to massacre the civilian population concentrated in one place. When they come trustingly to the fort or inaccessible region, they shall be killed. An agent posing as a friend of the besieger shall misinform him that the supplies, such as grains, oil, sugar, or salt, inside the fort having been exhausted, new supplies were expected at a specified time and place, the besieger shall be invited to seize them. Then, poisoned supplies shall be sent along with treacherous troops, jungle forces, or condemned persons, thus poisoning the enemy's troops while getting rid of undesirables in his own forces. Similar tactics can be employed with all types of supplies and reinforcements. 12.5.2330 Making peace. The weak king may make a peace treaty agreeing to pay tribute. Only a part of the tribute shall be paid immediately and the rest after a long delay. Payment can be delayed by bribing the aggressor's associates who come to collect it. The time gained shall be used to weaken the defenses of the aggressor, or the clandestine methods of fire, weapon, or poison may be used. 12.5.3134 For the type of treaties made by the weaker king surrendering himself, his army, treasury, or territory, see above 7.3.2236, in treaties, X.3 above. When facing defeat. When the resources of the weak king are totally exhausted and defeat is imminent, he can escape unseen by the besieger or make a surprise night attack to break out of the siege, and, if the attack fails, he can leave in disguise. Even then, he can mount a counter-attack. When the besieged king's resources are totally exhausted, he shall abandon the fort and escape, by a secret tunnel, by digging a new passage, or by breaching a wall of the fort. Alternatively, he may mount a surprise night attack. If it succeeds, he may continue to hold on to the fort. If the attack fails and the enemy troops pour into the fort, he shall escape using one of the following disguises: an ascetic with a small retinue, a corpse carried by clandestine agents, or a woman following a funeral cortege. Before leaving, he shall poison the food and drink likely to be used as offerings for gods, funeral rites, or festivals. He may also instigate treacherous troops and strike with a concealed army. 12.5.35-42 If unable to escape/revenge after defeat. If the fort is taken while the besieged king is still in it, he can hide himself in it and await a suitable opportunity to kill the enemy and the occupying troops. If the fort is taken, the king shall hide himself in a sanctuary where plenty of food has been stored. He may conceal himself inside an image, in a hollow wall, in an underground chamber, or hidden behind an image. He shall lie low until the victorious occupier forgets him and becomes careless. Then the victor shall be killed while sleeping by entering his bedchamber at night through a tunnel, by dropping a heavy weight released by a mechanism, by setting fire to a house previously prepared with a poisonous or ignitable mixture when he is sleeping in it, while he is enjoying himself carelessly in a park or a leisure area, by assassins gaining access through underground chambers, tunnels or hollow walls, by clandestine agents poisoning him, or by secret women agents killing him with snakes, poison, fire, or smoke while he is asleep in a secluded place. Or, whenever an opportunity occurs, the concealed king shall move about the palace secretly and do whatever he can to harm the occupier. He shall then return secretly to his hiding place after conveying signals to his own agents. Once the occupying enemy is killed, he shall sound the trumpet to summon his agents in the palace, such as doorkeepers and old retainers, and have the rest of the occupier's people killed. 12.5.43-51 Part 11 Defense and War. To be in accordance with Dharma, the place and time of battle must be specified beforehand. October 3, 26. An archer letting off an arrow may or may not kill a single man, but a wise man using his intellect can kill even reaching unto the very womb. October 6, 51. In the territories acquired by him, the conqueror shall continue the practice of all customs which are in accordance with Dharma, and shall introduce those which had not been observed before. Likewise, he shall stop the practice of any custom not in accordance with Dharma and shall also refrain from introducing them. 13.5.24 11.I Kautilya on war. A king had two responsibilities to his state, one internal and one external, for which he needed an army. As mentioned in the introduction to this translation, one of the three internal duties of the king was raksha, or protection of the state from external aggression. The other responsibility was the enlargement of the territory by conquest. The references to the defense of the realm are scattered throughout the text. Conquest by war is mainly in books 10 and 13. War against an enemy is defined broadly by kautilya and not limited to only physical warfare. 4 kinds of war are mentioned. Mantrayuddha, war by counsel, means the exercise of diplomacy. This applies mainly when a king finds himself in a weaker position and considers it unwise to engage in battle. Prakasayuddha is open warfare, specifying time and place, i.e. a set piece battle. Kautayuddha is concealed warfare and refers primarily to upajapa, psychological warfare including instigation of treachery in the enemy camp. Gudayuddha, clandestine war, is using covert methods to achieve the objective without actually waging a battle, usually by assassinating the enemy. In waging clandestine war, the king used not only his own agents and double agents, but also allies, vassal kings, tribal chiefs, and the suborned friends and supporters of the enemy. The defense of the realm, a constant preoccupation for the king, consisted not only of the physical defense of the kingdom but also the prevention of treachery, revolts and rebellion. The physical defensive measures were the frontier posts to prevent the entry of undesirable aliens 2.1.5 and forts in various parts of the country. 4 different types of forts: mountain, river, jungle, and desert are mentioned in 2.3.1,2 in 4.I. The details of fortifications are shown in this translation as diagrams in 4.I. A list of ordnance, including weapons, armor, and siege machines, is given in Appendix 12. The king maintained control over his army by a variety of means. The chiefs of the army were paid well so that they would not be tempted by the bribes of the enemy and could afford to pay their men well. Their integrity was tested, particularly to weed out the cowardly 1.10.9-12. They were kept under constant surveillance through clandestine agents, especially to see that they did not succumb to the instigations of the enemy. For the same reason, each of the 4 wings of the army were placed under the control of more than one chief, so that mutual suspicion and fear would ensure their loyalty. Those suspected of treachery were posted to remote areas while their families were kept in the capital as hostages. Sometimes, they were secretly eliminated. An item in the Accounting of Government Revenues and Expenditure February 6, 21, February 15, 10 refers to the money saved from demobilization, implying that, in peacetime, only sufficient forces were kept for defense and additional forces were raised for conquest. From May 3, 26, it is seen that these were mainly the forces guarding the forts and royal property. The officers commanding such forces were in permanent service but were often transferred. A special type of force, also never disbanded, was the Antarvamsakazania, the king's own guards. When the forces raised for a conquest were demobilized, the king is advised to disperse them in his own country and not in that of an ally, so that the army can easily be collected together again. The rations for elephants, horses, and men February 15, 42, 2.31.12-17, and 2.30.8-10,18-24 will be found in Appendix 4. The prescribed rations appear to have been based on different work months: 32 days for infantry, 35 for horses and 40 for elephants. 2.20.51-53. The responsibility for payment of rations and wages rested with the battalion commander, in charge of 100 units, and the divisional commander in charge of 1,000 units. May 3, 25. When a force was recruited for a campaign, the king sold crown goods on credit through his own agents, disguised as traders. Double the price of the goods, given to the men for the maintenance of their families while they were away, was recovered from them on return from the campaign. Thus the king not only managed to dispose of his stores but also recovered more than their original price. 5.3.42-44. The military forces described in the Arthashastra conform to the classical Indian pattern of 4 wings: elephants, chariots, horses, and infantry. However, in battle, each warrior on horseback was surrounded by 6-foot soldiers and elephants and chariots by 5 horse units. Infantry had archers as well as soldiers equipped with swords, spears and lances for hand-to-hand combat. References to fighters on water are found in 2.33.8, 7.10.34-35 and 10.4.2 and fighting from trenches in 7.10.36-37. In recruiting, Kautilya prefers an army of trained Kshatriyas or a large force composed of Sudras and Vaishyas. In his view, an enemy was likely to disarm Brahmin troops by prostrating himself before them. 9.2.21-24. The classification of troops into different types: the standing army, the territorial army, the militias, allied troops, alien forces, and tribal forces, is fully explained in 9.2.14-19. This classification is referred to elsewhere. 2.33.8, July 8, 27, 9.2.2-11 because the nature of the force is relevant to when it was mobilized and how it was used. In the text, the characteristics of an ideal army are described using the method of contrasting qualities, under calamities in Book 8. The structure of the army and the responsibilities of high defense officials are described in various chapters of Book 2, such as 2.2, 2.18, 2.30-33. Since that long book contains the duties of all heads of departments, both civil and military. Chapter 9.2, with the definition of the classification of troops into different types, and the use of the right kind of force, is found under planning for battle, because these are relevant to deciding on when to go on a campaign. In this translation, all these subjects have been brought together in the next section, 11.2, in the interests of consolidating all verses relating to defense and war. Yana, one of the 6 methods of foreign policy, refers to marching on a military campaign. This march ended with the setting up of a base camp nearer the chosen site of the battle. This camp was near a fort in the king's own country, to be used as a place of refuge in case of defeat, see 11.4 below. The plan of the base camp resembles that of the city, as will be seen by comparing Fig 15 and Fig 33. There was a further march from the base camp to the battleground, 11.v. On reaching the battle camp near the site of the battle, the king could choose to either engage the enemy in an open battle or, if a frontal attack was not advisable, use tactics like hit and run, harassment of enemy forces, or ambushing, xi.vi. Preparing oneself for the battle and building up the morale of the troops were the tasks for the night before the battle, 11.7. The battle tactics were decided then, particularly the choice of battle arrays and formations. This technical subject is explained by Kautilya in 10.5 and 10.6 in 11.8. The order of attack is given in the battle, 11.9. When a king wins, he is advised to sue for peace with an inherently stronger king, accept a peace offer from a king equally strong but destroy a weaker king. However, a defeated army should never be harassed to the point of making it so desperate that it will return to the fight with reckless vehemence. The conqueror may go to war against another king for a variety of reasons: to neutralize an enemy in the rear, to help an ally, or to subdue a small state. The ultimate objective is always the destruction of the natural enemy, i.e. the king, who is the main obstacle to the conqueror's ambition. It is a symmetric situation: if the conqueror does not eliminate the enemy will eliminate him. This is how the relationship is defined. The enemy could be destroyed by clandestine methods, or he could be defeated in battle and killed. Or, after defeat, his territory could be absorbed and he himself made a vassal in a different part of the enlarged kingdom. The various options have been fully analyzed in X.9 on the conduct of the weak king. One option open to the defeated enemy was for him to take refuge in a fort. For the conqueror, the besieging and capturing of the fort was the final vital step in the crushing of the enemy. Chapters 13.1 to 13.4 deal with the siege in a systematic manner, 11.x. The last chapter of Book 13 is the culmination of the purpose of the whole work: how to consolidate the newly acquired territory so that the king can embark on further conquests. 11.2. Military organization. Verses relating to the following subjects have been brought together in this section: the characteristics of an ideal army, the 6 types of troops, ranging from the loyal standing army to the unreliable alien and jungle forces, the organizational structure, and the duties and responsibilities of the officials concerned with war. The ideal army. A calamity, as used in the arthashastra, means anything that weakens a constituent of a state. As in the case of calamities affecting other constituents, those affecting the army and the fort are also found in Book 8. 8.5.2-20, in effect, describe the qualities of an ideal army. Kautilya examines 34 different calamities which can affect the fighting capacity of the army. Unlike the discussion of the adversities which affect the other constituents of the state, see 2.3, 2.4, which are arranged in order of seriousness, those affecting the army are examined in pairs. In each case, the calamity stated earlier is a remediable one. A study of the comparisons brings out what an ideal army should be like. It should be well paid, honored and kept up to strength. It should not have any traitors or dissension within its ranks. It should not be scattered but kept together. Even if demobilized, the soldiers should be kept in one's own country, in case it is necessary to collect the army together again. In war, it should never be abandoned, left leaderless or totally merged into someone else's army. It should always have adequate reinforcements. It should not be allowed to become too tired by long marches. The terrain most suited to the type of force should be chosen for the battle. It is better to allow it to withdraw than perish in a frontal battle. It should not be allowed to be sandwiched between a frontal enemy and an enemy in the rear nor be completely encircled. In view of the importance of the fort in defense as a place of refuge, August 4, 48 specifies obstruction, internal or external, as a calamity to it. The calamities which affect adversely the efficient functioning of the army are: not given due honors, not paid, not healthy, tired after a long march, exhausted after a battle, depleted in strength, having suffered a setback, after defeat in a frontal battle, having to fight in an unsuitable terrain, having to fight in an unsuitable season, low in morale, abandoned by its commander, having women in it, with traitors in it, an angry one, a disunited one, one which has run away from battle, a dispersed one, one fighting alongside another, one absorbed in another force, one obstructed, one encircled, one cut off from supplies, one cut off from reinforcements, one demobilized and dispersed, one threatened also by an army in the rear, one whose base has been weakened, and one without leaders. From 8.5.1. An unhonored army will fight if honored with money, not so a dishonored army which holds resentment in its heart. An unpaid army will fight if paid immediately, but not so a sick army, which is unfit to fight. An army newly arrived in a region will fight if, mixed with experienced troops, it learns about the region from others, not so an army tired after a long march. An exhausted army will fight after refreshing itself by bathing, eating, and sleeping, but not so a depleted army, having been reduced in fighting men and draft animals. An army repulsed will fight if rallied by heroic men, not so an army defeated after a frontal attack, since it would have lost many of its brave men. An army made to fight in an unsuitable season will do so if provided with suitable vehicles, weapons, and armor. An army cannot fight in unsuitable terrain because its movement will be impeded and it cannot undertake raids. A despondent army will fight if its hopes are fulfilled, but not an army abandoned by its chief. An army with women accompanying it will fight if the women are separated from it, not so an army with traitors and enemies in it. An angry army whose officers are provoked for some reason will fight if their resentment is overcome by conciliation and similar means, not so a disunited army whose members are estranged from each other. A defeated army may take refuge in one state or be scattered in many states. An army staying together and taking refuge with an ally or in a fortress will fight if persuaded by diplomatic and conciliatory tactics. It is more dangerous to try to collect together a scattered army. In the case of a joint expedition, one's own army may be encamped near another and fight alongside, or may be merged completely into another. An army fighting alongside can fight the enemy separately because it will have its own positions and possibilities of mounting independent attacks. An army completely integrated with another has no independence of movement. An obstructed army can fight the enemy obstruction by choosing another direction for attack, not so an encircled army, being obstructed on all sides. An army with its supply of grain cut off can fight if grain is brought in from elsewhere. It can also subsist on locally available animals and vegetables. But an army cut off from reserves of men cannot fight, being bereft of reinforcements. An army kept dispersed in one's own land can be collected together in case of trouble, being disbanded in one's own territory, not so an army dispersed in the land of an ally, being far removed in place and requiring time to collect and move it. An army full of traitors will still fight if officered by trustworthy commanders who can isolate the traitorous units, not so an army with a hostile army in the rear being frightened of an attack from behind. An army with a denuded capital city behind it will fight after it is fully mobilized with the support of the citizens, not so an army cut off from its leaders being without king or commander. An army whose commander is dead will fight under a new commander, not so a blind leaderless army. The means of preventing calamities to an army are, removal of vices and defects, reinforcement with fresh troops, entrenching oneself in a strong defensible place, reaching over the enemy to secure allies or to attack him from the rear and making a treaty with one who can help in counteracting the calamity. The king shall always guard his army carefully against troubles caused by enemies and strike at the weak points of the enemy's army. 8.5.2-20 Excellent armies. The best infantry is that which consists of men of the same qualities as described for the army as a whole. See June 1, 11 in 2.2 The soldiers shall be men of tested loyalty, strong, obedient, not averse to long expeditions, skilled in handling all weapons, possessed of endurance and with the experience of many battles. The best horses and elephants are those with good pedigree, strength, youthfulness, vitality, loftiness, speed, mettle, good training, stamina, a lofty mien, obedience, auspicious marks, and good conduct. 10.5.41-42 Calamities to the fort. Calamities to the fort can either be internal, such as obstruction by chiefs inside the fort, or external, i.e. obstruction to army movements by an enemy or by unsubdued tribes. August 4, 48. Types of troops. The expression Malabitritis rini mitra amitra adavi, sometimes without amitra, occurs, as a description of the type of troops, in 2.33.8, July 8, 27, and 9.2.1. These are not clearly defined in the text, perhaps because they were commonly used in such works and kautilya did not impute any special meanings to them. However, we can deduce the nature of these troops, partly from the words themselves and partly from the comparisons made between them in 9.2.14-19. For example, mala is derived from mula, a word often used in the text to describe the base of the king. This usually signifies the capital fort and, by extension, the original country of the king. Likewise, Bitrita territorial subjects, Srini guild, Mitra friendly, Amitra inimical, therefore, alien, Adavi jungle. Though mala is generally translated as hereditary, a more accurate translation will be regular standing army. Srini, usually translated as bandit or corporate troops, is better rendered as a militia. Of the 6, only the first 3 were raised from the citizens of the country. When the different types of troops should be mobilized is explained in 9.2.2-8 in X.vi. The list below is in decreasing order of importance. Mala regular standing army composed of natives of the country, dependent on the king, sharing his interests, constantly trained owing loyalty hereditarily to the royal family, honored by the king. 1. A special part of the regular army is the Antarvamsakazania, or the king's own guards, which was never disbanded. Bitrita territorial army raised from natives of the country for a particular campaign, can be easily mobilized and are more obedient than the other types described hereafter. Sreni organized militias, native militias, acting as a group, having the same interest as the king. Mitra friendly troops, those of an ally, or those hired or bought from other kings under a treaty, available to the king at any time for use anywhere and with interests similar to those of the king. Amitra, alien forces who happen to fight with the king for their own reasons. Atavi, jungle tribal forces, commanded by their own chiefs. Comparison. It is better to mobilize a force earlier in the list than one later. Because the standing army depends on the king for its existence and because it is constantly under training, it is better than a territorial army. Because a territorial army is nearby, more easily mobilized and more obedient, it is better than organized militias. Because the militias are part of the population of the country, the members have a common objective, and because they have the same feelings of rivalry, resentment, and expectations of success and gain, they are better than friendly non-native forces. Because friendly forces have interests similar to those of the king and because they are available for use anywhere and at any time, they are better than alien forces. Alien troops and jungle tribal forces both have plunder as their objective. They are both equally untrustworthy. When there is no plunder or when there is a calamity, they are as dangerous as a viper in one's bosom. Nevertheless, alien troops commanded by Aryas are better than tribal forces commanded by Mlekas and others outside the pale. From 9.2.13-20. Varna composition. Some teachers say that among Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra troops, a higher Varna force shall be mobilized before a lower one because the higher the Varna the more the spirit. Kautilya disagrees. An enemy may win over Brahmin troops by prostrating himself before them. It is better to have either an army composed of Kshatriyas trained in the use of weapons or a Vaishya or Sudra army with a large number of men. 9.2.21-24. Organizational structure. The officers of the armed forces mentioned in books 1 and 2 of the text are, the Chief of Defense, Senapti, see notes on translation number 13, the chiefs of the four wings, chariots, elephants, horses, and men, and the Chief of Ordnance. The chiefs of the four wings were subordinates of the Chief of Defense. Under the chief commanders, there were divisional commanders. There were other officers such as camp superintendents who were given specific functions during the march to battle. The structure of the defense forces at the highest level was as shown below. The salaries of the officials are given in 5.3, see 4.2. The Senapti was paid a princely 48,000 panis per year, to prevent him from succumbing to the temptations of the enemy or rising up in revolt. The commanders of the four wings were paid 8,000 panis per year so that they could carry their men with them. Divisional commanders were paid 4,000 panis a year and specialist soldiers such as commandos were paid 500 panis a year. The structure below the level of divisional commanders is specified in connection with battles. The use of Senapti for both the battalion commander and the Chief of Defense is confusing. Every 10 units, e.g. a chariot unit with its own chariot, horses, and men shall be placed under a company commander, Pataka. For every 10 Patakas there shall be a battalion commander, Senapti, and for every 10 Senaptis, a divisional commander, Nayaka. October 6, 45. Every division of the formation shall have its own distinguishing trumpet sound, flags and banners. These shall be used to signal the commands to that division, dividing themselves into sections, joining together, halting, advancing, turning and attacking. October 6, 46. Battalion commanders and divisional commanders shall be responsible for mobilization and demobilization. They shall also be responsible for the payment of wages and rations to the men under their command. May 3, 25. The units guarding royal property, the city, and the countryside shall never be demobilized. The commanding officers of such units shall be made permanent but frequently transferred from one duty to another. 5.3.26-27. Secret agents, prostitutes, artists and artisans, and retired military officers shall vigilantly watch over the loyalty or otherwise of soldiers. May 3, 47. Duties of defense officials. The Chief of Defense. Qualifications. The chief of defense shall be a. An expert in the use of all kinds of weapons used in warfare. b. Renowned for his ability to ride elephants, horses, and chariots, and c. Conversant with the relative strengths of the four wings of the army and how to deploy them in battle. 2.33.9 Responsibilities. The Chief of Defense shall discipline in the armed forces. I. Be conscious at all times of the maintenance of discipline in the army, whether the army is camping, marching on an expedition or fighting a battle. Formations. 2. Give different identities to and distinguish between different formations by allotting them different trumpet calls, standards and flags. Strategy and tactics. 3. Choose the best time to start on an offensive expedition. 4. Choose the best terrain and the best season for fighting. v. Arrange the disposition of his own forces in the light of the enemy's array. 6. Plan the breaking up of the enemy's ranks. 7. Regroup his own broken arrays. 8. Organize the breaking up of the enemy's close order formations. 9. Destroy the enemy's scattered troops, and x. Besiege and destroy enemy forts. 2.33.10,11 For the role of the Chief of Defense just before the battle commenced, see 10.3.45,46 in 11.7 below. Chief Commanders. Of the four chief commanders, the duties of the Chief of Elephants are described separately and extensively. The duties of the chiefs of chariots and infantry are, however, said to resemble those of the Chief of Horses. To this list, one must also add the post of the Chief Elephant Forester, described in 2.2, since the purpose of maintaining elephant forests was to catch the elephants for use in war. The Chief Commander of Elephant Corps. Elephants occupied an important place in the army. In February 2, 13, Kautilya says that a king's victory depends mainly on elephants. Since elephants were captured and not bred, elephant forests had to be demarcated and set aside when determining the land use of the country. The chief of elephants was responsible for all aspects of work relating to them, including capture and training. The chief elephant forester was his subordinate. All details about types of elephants, rules for catching them, their training, their accoutrements and daily routine will be found in the Appendix 13 on elephants. The rations prescribed and details of construction of elephant stables will be found in the appropriate appendices. Responsibilities. I. The Chief Commander of Elephant Corps shall be responsible for all types of elephants, male, female, the young, those under training and those which have completed their training. 2. He shall also be responsible for a. The protection of elephant forests, see below. b. The construction and maintenance of stables, stalls, and places for them to lie down. c. The proper distribution of their rations. d. Their training. e. The assigning of tasks to them. f. The maintenance of implements, ornaments, and equipment for war, and g. The supervision of the work of veterinary doctors, trainers, and all attendants. 2.31.1 3. Elephant stables. There shall be an elephant stable for keeping them at night and a place for them, inside or outside the fort, for the daytime. The elephant stable shall be built facing north or east and shall have a breadth and height double the length of the animal. 2. The stables shall have stalls for each male elephant, additional separate stables for females and an entrance hall. The stables shall be strong with many pillars and beams. The stall for each elephant shall be square, with each side the length of the animal and shall have smooth plank flooring, a tying post and facilities for removal or dung and urine. The back half, the place for the elephant to lie down, shall have a platform half the height of the animal for it to lean on. When not in the stalls, elephants used in war and for riding shall be kept inside the fort and those that are being tamed and rogue elephants outside it. 4. Maintenance and upkeep. The following shall be employed: veterinary doctors, trainers, expert riders along with their helpers, mahouts, attendants to groom and decorate the animals, cooks and fodder givers, attendants to tether the animals, stable cleaners, and night guards. The doctor, the stall cleaner and the cook shall be given free rations of 1 prastha boiled rice, salt, a handful of oil and 2 palas of sugar. All the above, except the doctors, shall be given, in addition, 10 palas of meat. The doctors shall be responsible for treating aged and sick animals, those in rut and those tired after a long journey or through overwork. The other attendants shall a. Ensure that the stalls are kept clean and fodder is collected in time. b. Not let the animals rest on bare ground. c. Not beat them in sensitive parts of their bodies. d. Not allow unauthorized persons to ride them or ride them themselves at unauthorized times, and e. Take care not to lead the elephants on unsuitable terrain, through deep water which cannot be forded or through thick forests. Failure to follow these regulations shall be punished. Offerings to spirits shall be made on new moon days and prayers to Sanani 3 on full moon days. Expiatory rites, lustration, shall be performed once every 4 months at the end of the rainy season, the frosty season and the summer. The tusks of elephants shall be trimmed once in 2.5 years in the case of plains elephants, and once in 5 years in the case of mountain elephants. The tusk shall be cut off at the point where the length left behind is twice the circumference. 2.32.16-19,21,22. The Chief Elephant Forester. Responsibilities. Protection. I, the chief shall, with the help of forest guards, protect the elephant forests in different regions, mountains, river banks, lake regions, or marshy lands. He shall be knowledgeable about their boundaries, the entrances, and the exits. Recording. 2. The chief shall maintain a record of every wild elephant, whether it is part of a herd or lone, whether it is a leader of a herd or one driven out of it, and in case of lone animals whether it is a wild one, in rut, a young adult or one escaped from captivity. Tracking. 3. Wild elephants shall be tracked by following footprints, sleeping places, dung, and damage to river banks. They shall be tracked by forest guards, with the help of mahouts, tetherers, border guards, trackers, and attendants, as well as a group of 5 or 7 female elephants as decoys. They shall hide their presence by covering themselves with elephant dung and urine and use hideouts made of branches. Capture. 4. Elephant trainers shall judge, from the physical characteristics and behavior of wild elephants, which ones are to be captured. Only those animals judged to be excellent shall be caught. Rewards. V. Anyone who brings in a pair of tusks of a wild elephant dying naturally shall be paid a reward of 4 1/4 panis. 2.2.7,9-42. Chief Commanders of the other wings. The duties and responsibilities common to these 3 would be: knowing about the different types of equipment needed for his wing and the use of such equipment in war. Giving the appropriate training. Keeping accurate accounts of equipment and animals under his charge. Maintaining their equipment in good condition and repairing them when necessary. Supervising the work of all those employed by him. Maintaining discipline, and reporting to the king on the state of readiness of his troops. The chief commander of cavalry. Horses were bred and trained for use in war as cavalry, chariot horses, and pack animals. Horses were also bred in the crown stables for sale to the citizenry. Details about different types of horses and the various gaits of horses, given in 2,30.14-16, 29, 32-41, have not been translated. Qualification. The chief commander of cavalry shall be conversant with a. The facial and bodily characteristics of the best, medium, and lowest types of horses. b. The characteristics of horses from the different regions of India and abroad. 4. c. The type of training to be given, depending on the temperament of the horse and its purpose, and d. The work different horses are capable of doing. From 2.30.14-17,29,30-39. Responsibilities. The chief commander of cavalry shall be responsible for the following: I. Construction and maintenance of stables. The stable, the floors of which shall be made of smooth planks, shall be square, each side being equal to the length of a horse. A receptacle for fodder and others for dung and urine shall be provided for each one. 2. Accounting. The chief shall keep a register of all the horses under his charge, showing the following: breed, age, color, distinguishing marks, type, origin, and method of acquisition. The last item shall be indicated under one of the following categories: received as a gift, bought, captured in war, bred in the stables, borrowed, received in return for help rendered, and received as treaty payment. He shall make a report to the king about animals which have become unserviceable due to illness, broken legs or other causes. 2.30.1,2. 3. Upkeep. The following shall be appointed as required to look after the horses: a superintendent for each stable, trainers, veterinary doctors, grooms, saddlers, or yokers of horses to chariots, cooks, stall cleaners, trimmers of manes and tails, and specialists in curing poisons. From 2.30.4-7. The stable in charge shall be issued the monthly 5 rations for each horse from the treasury and the storehouses, and shall be responsible for maintaining the animals under his charge. The rations prescribed for mares which have given birth, foals and mature horses shall be strictly followed. 6. The cook, the groom, and the veterinary doctor shall taste the food before it is given to the horses. Horses incapacitated due to injury in war, old age, or sickness shall be maintained with appropriate rations. Veterinary doctors shall be responsible for adjusting the rations so that horses do not become either too fat or too thin, and shall also vary the diet according to the season. The horses shall be bathed twice a day and decorated with garlands and perfumes. Offerings to spirits shall be made on new moon days, and auspicious verses shall be recited on full moon days. Expiatory, lustration, rites shall be performed on the 9th day of Asvayoja, September/October, when an animal is sick, and at the beginning and end of expeditions. 2.30.2,3,13,26,27,42-44,50,51. 4. Training. The purpose of training a horse is for its use in war. 2.30.31. Trainers shall also be responsible for supervising the manufacture of straps and fastenings, likewise, charioteers for the accoutrements of horses yoked in chariots. 2.30.42. Riding horses shall be trained to gallop, canter, trot and jump in response to signals. Pack horses shall be trained to walk steadily over long distances or walk fast over short distances with and without loads. Chariot horses shall be trained to stride, gallop, jump and run at fast and moderately fast speeds. War horses shall also be trained in cavalry formations. 2.32.32,40,41. The Chief Commander of Chariot Corps. The special qualifications and duties of the Chief Commander of Chariot Corps, in addition to the general responsibilities similar to those of the Chief Commander of Cavalry, shall be as set out below. 2.33.1. Qualifications. The Chief Commander of Chariot Corps shall know the use, in warfare, of bows and arrows, striking weapons like maces and clubs, armor and other equipment. He shall also be conversant with the duties of charioteers, chariot attendants, and chariot horses. 2.33.6. Responsibilities. The Chief Commander of Chariot Corps shall I. Establish factories for the manufacture of chariots of various sizes, including chariots for temples, and for special occasions such as coronations and royal weddings, battle chariots, traveling carriages, chariots used in storming an enemy fort, and chariots used for training. 2. Be responsible for the distribution of rations and wages to all those working under him, whether permanently or temporarily employed. He shall ensure that they are well trained and shall safeguard their welfare by appropriate gifts and honors. 2.33.2,5,6. The Chief Commander of Infantry. The special qualifications of the Chief Commander of Infantry shall be as set out below. His responsibilities are similar to those of the chief commander of cavalry. 2.33.7 Qualification. The chief commander of infantry shall know I. The relative strengths and weaknesses of the standing army, the territorial army, organized militias, friendly troops, alien troops, and tribal forces. 2. The tactics to be used for fighting in valleys or on high ground, of open and covered attacks, trench fighting or fighting from above and by day or night. 7. 3. How to keep control over the fitness or otherwise of troops in battle and in peacetime. 2.33.8 Chief of Ordnance. Salary as for a head of department. The qualifications required for appointment to this post are not given separately. It is also not clear whether he was considered a civilian official, like the other heads of departments in charge of industries, or as a defense service official. From his responsibilities it is clear that he was fully conversant with the manufacture and correct storage of all types of offensive and defensive weapons, armor, and material required for secret warfare. There is an exhaustive list of ordnance material, including weapons, armor, and siege machines. The list is in Appendix 12. Responsibilities. Manufacture. I. The Chief of Ordnance shall establish factories staffed with craftsmen expert in their respective fields for the manufacture of machines for attacking in battles as well as for attacking enemy forts, machines for defending one's own forts, weapons, armor, and accoutrements for horses and elephants. He shall determine the time to be allowed for making each of these and the wages to be paid. 2.18.1 Storage. 2. All equipment brought into the armory shall be stamped with the King's seal. May 3, 37. All ordnance material shall be stored in places suitably prepared for each one. They shall be frequently moved and exposed to sun and wind to prevent deterioration. Special precautions shall be taken in case of material likely to be damaged by heat, moisture, or insects. The Chief of Ordnance shall be responsible for the safety of the equipment and shall keep an account of the weapons destroyed. He shall be fined double the value of whatever is lost or destroyed through negligence. 5.3.39,40 Inspection. 3. All material shall be inspected periodically with reference to their class, appearance, characteristics, quantity, place of manufacture, cost of manufacture and method of storage. Control. 4. The Chief of Ordnance shall at all times know precisely the demand for each type of weapon, the supply available, the distribution to different units, wear and tear or loss in battle and the cost of replenishment. 2.18.1-4,20 11.3 The four wings. The specific uses to which each of the four wings of the army are to be put are listed in this section. Though labor was not a fighting arm, a contingent of workers always accompanied the army to set up the camp and to do support jobs. Depending on the function, the different modes of fighting are also given in the arthashastra. When to use a particular type of force in battle also depended on the nature of the opposing force. Lastly, the ground chosen for camping or for battle must also be suitable for the type of force used. Chariots. Their functions are, protecting the army, repelling attacks by any of the four wings, capturing and liberating battle positions, reuniting one's own broken ranks and breaking up the enemy's unbroken ranks, causing terror in the enemy's army and adding magnificence to one's own, and making an awesome noise. October 4, 15. A king who has few horses may use bullocks, as well as horses, in his chariots. October 4, 18. Types of chariots. The biggest chariot shall be 10 purushas, 7.5 feet, in height and 12 purushas, 9 feet, long. There are successively smaller sizes, each 1 purushas, 9 inches, less in length. 2.33.3,4 The lengths are 9, 8.3, 7.6, 6.9, 5.3, and 4.6. It is to be assumed that the width of all chariots was the same. Elephants. A king relies mainly on elephants for achieving victory in battles. With their very large bodies, they are able to do things in war which are dangerous for other arms of the forces. They can be used to crush the enemy's foot soldiers, battle arrays, forts and encampments. 2.2.13,14. Their functions are, marching in front, making new roads, camping grounds and fords, protecting the flanks, helping to cross water and climb or descend from mountains, entering difficult or crowded places, starting fires or extinguishing them, using elephants alone for victory, reuniting one's own broken ranks and breaking up the enemy's unbroken ranks, protecting against dangers, trampling the enemy's army, frightening by mere presence, causing terror in the enemy's army by action. Adding magnificence, capturing and liberating battle positions, destroying ramparts, gates, and towers, and bringing one's own and carrying away captured wealth. October 4, 14. 9.1.45-48 in X.vi on preparations for a campaign, contain the advice that an army composed mostly of elephants should be used only when the hot season is over, when it rains or in places where there is plenty of water. A king who has few elephants, may constitute his center out of carts drawn by camels or donkeys. October 4, 18. Horses. Their functions are, reconnoitering battlegrounds, camping sites and forests, securing level ground, water supply sources, fording places and positions favorable with regard to the sun and the wind, destroying the enemy's or protecting one's own supplies and reinforcements, maintaining the discipline of the army, extending the range of raids, protecting the flanks, making the initial attack, penetrating or breaking through enemy ranks, providing respite to one's own forces, capturing prisoners, liberating prisoners held by the enemy, diverting a pursuing army, carrying off the treasury and princes one's own or the enemy's, attacking the enemy in the rear or at the extremities, pursuing the weak, marching with one's own troops to guard them, and rallying the troops. October 4, 13. Infantry. The functions of the infantry are to bear arms in all places and at all seasons and fighting. October 4, 16. From the verse on choosing the best battleground 10.4.2, it is seen that some types of infantry were better suited for fighting in deserts, some in forests and others in waterlogged areas. Some were trained to fight on open ground and others from trenches. There were fighters by day and night fighters. From July 10, 34, it is seen that, while troops trained for fighting on rivers were more circumscribed, fighters on land could be used anywhere and at any time. Likewise, fighters from trenches were more difficult adversaries than fighters in the open. July 10, 35. Labor. The functions are, maintaining camps, roads, embankments, wells, and fording places, carrying machines, weapons, armor, implements and provisions, and removing weapons, armor, and the wounded from the battlefield. October 4, 17. Modes of fighting. Horses. Horses shall be used to, rush forward, around, beyond or back, hold enemy forces at bay after an attack, surround enemy forces by a pincer movement, moving zigzag, like cow's urine, encircle enemy forces after cutting them off, scatter enemy forces, first retreat and then renew the attack, protect one's own broken ranks in the front, rear or flanks, and pursue the enemy's broken army. October 5, 53. Elephants. Elephants shall be used in the same manner as horses, except for scattering enemy forces, i.e. rush forward, around, beyond and back, hold enemy forces at bay after an attack, surround enemy forces by a pincer movement, move in a zigzag, encircle enemy forces after cutting them off, first retreat and then renew the attack, protect one's own forces' broken ranks in the front, rear or flanks, and pursue the enemy's broken army. In addition, elephants shall be used to destroy the four constituents of the enemy's forces whether combined or separate, trampling the center, flanks or wings, making surprise attacks, e.g. when the troops are asleep. 10.5.53,54. Chariots. Chariots can be used like elephants except for holding enemy forces at bay and, in addition, For fighting on land suitable to them, while going forward, going backward, or remaining stationary. October 5, 55. Infantry. Foot soldiers can be used to attack at all times in all places and for silent surprise attacks. October 5, 56. Training and control. Training. Infantry, cavalry, chariots, and elephants shall have their training outside the city at sunrise every day except on days of conjunction of planets. The king shall take a personal interest in the training and make frequent inspections. 5.3.35-36. Control. Secret agents, prostitutes, artisans, entertainers and military personnel with long service shall keep a diligent watch over the honesty and loyalty of soldiers. May 3, 47. Battle and camping grounds. General. The ground and time suitable for fighting for the following types of troops shall be chosen according to their special qualities. Infantry when fighting in deserts, forests, or waterlogged areas. Infantry when fighting from trenches or open ground. Infantry when fighting by day or by night. Elephants and horses according to where they were bred. Land with rivers, mountains, marshes, and lakes. For elephants, horses, and chariots both even and uneven ground is suitable for camping and as battle ground, not so, for chariots. 10.4.1-3. Chariots. Ground suitable for chariots is that which gives them free unobstructed run, i.e., is level, firm, clear, has nothing which will make wheels, hooves, or axles get stuck, free of trees, plants, creepers, tree trunks, waterlogging, pits, ant hills, sand, mud and fissures. If, in addition, the ground also has water reservoirs and shelters and is suitable for chariots to turn around, it is excellent. From 10.4.3-10. Elephants. Ground suitable for elephants is that which, though hilly, watery or even, can be traversed by elephants, which has uprootable trees and creepers that can be torn out, and is muddy and free of fissures. If, in addition the ground has dust, mud, water, reeds, and rushes, is free of thorns, called dog's teeth, and is free of obstruction from branches of big trees, it is excellent. From 10.4.6-9. Horses. Ground suitable for horses is that which has small stones and trees, small pits which horses can easily jump over, and is pitted with small fissures. If, in addition the ground is also doubly wide for turning, free of mud, water, bogs and small pebbles, it is excellent. From 10.4.4-8. Infantry. Ground suitable for infantry is that which may contain big tree trunks, stones, trees, creepers, ant hills, and thickets. If, in addition the ground is free of thorns, not too uneven and has room for the infantry to maneuver, it is excellent. From 10.4.5-7. Choice of battle ground. The battle ground shall be surveyed for evenness in the front, on the flanks and in the rear. The army shall be arrayed in a favorable position, not facing the south, but with the sun behind its back and the wind favorable. If the ground is not suitable, cavalry shall be used to secure favorable ground. When the army is on ground that is neither suitable for standing firm nor for moving quickly, it will be defeated whether it stands and fights or moves away. On favorable ground, however, it can fight or change positions. The types of arrays to be used are: on level ground arrays of the type truncheon or circle. On uneven ground arrays of the type snake or dispersed. On mixed ground mixed arrays. 10.3.48-53. For explanation of these arrays, see under modes of attack in 11.8. 11.4. The base camp. The base camp was a fortified area set up near the war zone, far away from the capital of the conqueror. The base camp, being a semi-permanent establishment, resembled the town plan of the capital city, with fortifications such as a moat, towers, ramparts, parapets and gates. 10.1.1. Like the city, The camp was also divided by roads into sectors with the king in the innermost sector, protected by his own bodyguards. 10.1.2,3 The additional fortification in the base camp was from obstacle fences made up of carts, thorny branches and a parapet. 10.1.5 This divided the camp into 5 concentric areas. From the center outwards, each succeeding sector was occupied by less important officials and less trustworthy troops. In the innermost sector, around the king's quarters, were the audience chamber, the treasury, the communication center, i.e. the place from where orders were issued, and the king's personal elephant, horse, and chariot. In the next circle were the councillors, the purohita, the armory, and warehouses. The more reliable troops, i.e. the standing army and the territorial army, occupied the next circle, which also housed the chief of defense, horses, and chariots. Militias, elephants, and the camp superintendent occupied the next. The non-native forces, allied, alien and jungle, and the labor corps were placed in the outermost circle. Merchants and courtesans were placed alongside the main roads. 10.1.4,6-10 Traps were laid outside the perimeter where the outcast helpers like dog handlers and hunters were stationed, equipped with drums, for warning, and fire. 10.1.11,12 Secret agents and sentinels were also stationed outside. 2 diagrams illustrate the camp plan, only a few other important verses are translated below. The conqueror shall make secure a mountain or forest fort at the rear in his own country as a refuge and a place for recoupment, and then establish a base camp for fighting the battle. October 2, 20. The camp superintendent shall march ahead with carpenters and laborers and make arrangements for protection like clearing and driving away wild animals and for water. October 1, 17. On a site chosen by experts in the science of building, and at a time chosen by astrologers, the commander one shall make carpenters set up a camp, in order that the army may halt, safe from attack by the enemy. The base camp may be circular, square, rectangular, or according to the shape of the terrain. 10.1.1 The king's quarters shall be 100 dhanus, about 200 meters, long and 50 dhanus, 100 meters, wide, situated in the 9th part just north of the center and have palace guards stationed around it. The king's personal quarters shall be on the western half. From 10.1.2,3 Protection and discipline. Guards, stationed at 18 designated points in the camp, shall be changed at stated times. Watch shall be kept during the day, in order to uncover spies. Disputes, drinking, parties and gambling shall be prohibited. A system of passes with seals shall be instituted. The perimeter commander too shall arrest any soldier trying to leave the camp without a written order. 10.1.13-16 11.v Base camp to battleground. The base camp had necessarily to be set up at some distance from the war zone since it had to be near a place of refuge in the king's own territory, secure and capable of being provisioned and reinforced. The actual war zone could still have been a few days or weeks' march away. This section deals with the various aspects of this all-important march taking the army to the battleground. Verses 10.2.5-8 have been omitted since these contain obvious definitions, likely to have crept into the text from some commentary. 1. Provisioning. The march of the army from the base camp to the battleground shall be determined taking into account the rate of march, the program of extended stay, short stay and marching and the ability of villages and forests on the way to supply fodder, fuel, and water. Twice the amount of food and equipment needed shall be carried. If this is not possible, the troops shall themselves transport it or it may be stored beforehand at intervals along the route. 10.2.1-3 Choice of routes. If there is a choice of routes, the one most suitable for one's own army shall be chosen. 4. Those who fight from suitable terrain will be superior in battle to those who fight from unsuitable terrain. 10.2.10,11 Order of march. The order of march shall be, the commander in front, the king and women in the middle, horses and bodyguards on the flanks, elephants and reinforcements at the end, and finally the chief of defense. The same shall be the order of encampment. 10.2.4 March array. Rate of march. 1 yojana, 9 miles/15 km, per day is the slowest rate of march. 1.5 yojanas, 22.5 kilometers, per day is middling, and 2 yojanas, 30 kilometers, per day is the best. The rate can be varied according to circumstances. The rate of march shall be slowed down in the following cases. I. When steps have to be taken to counteract the enemy in the rear, the enemy's rear ally, the middle king or the neutral king, any of whom may provide refuge to the enemy or use the opportunity to attack the rich lands of the conqueror. 2. When a difficult path has to be cleared. 3. When awaiting a suitable season or the arrival of the treasury, reinforcements, allied troops, alien troops, or jungle forces. 4. When expecting a deterioration in the enemy's fortifications, stores, precautionary measures, or the morale of his mercenary or allied troops. V. When his secret agents have been slow in their task of inducing treachery in the enemy camp, or 6. When the enemy himself will do something to help the conqueror. In the absence of any such reason, the march shall be speeded up. 10.2.12,13 Obstacles. The army shall cross water by means of elephants, pillar bridges, causeways, boats, wood and bamboo rafts, gourds, baskets covered with hide, canoes, tree stems and ropes. If the crossing point has been seized by the enemy, the army shall cross the water at another point at night and then ambush the enemy from his rear. In waterless regions, animals and carts shall carry as much water as they can in accordance with the duration of the march in the region. 10.2.14-16 Protection. Arrangements shall be made for protecting the army when any of the following affect its fighting strength. I. A long march in a waterless region. 2. Running short of fodder, fuel, or water. 3. Having to march over a difficult route. 4. Harassment by enemy attacks. V. Hunger, thirst, or the rigors of a long march. 6. Crossing rivers in mud or deep water. 7. Climbing or descending hills. 8. Many marching in single file through mountainous terrain or in narrow paths. 9. Suffering from lack of equipment during the march or halts. X. Eating, exhausted, or sleeping. 11. Marching through regions afflicted by diseases, epidemics, or famine. 12. The infantry, cavalry, or elephants falling ill, or 13. Marching on unsuitable terrain. Conversely, the conqueror shall destroy the enemy's troops when they suffer from any of the above. The enemy can ascertain the strength of the conqueror's army by counting it when they march in single file, or from the quantity of fodder, food, and bedding, or from the number of cooking fires, banners, and weapons the army carries. Therefore, all of these shall be kept well hidden. 10.2.17-19 XI.VI Open and deceptive battles. In order to be strictly in accordance with Dharma, the place and time of battle must be specified beforehand. October 3, 26. Open battles. A king shall engage in a declared open fight when I. His army is superior, 2. His instigations in the enemy's camp have been successful, 3. All precautions against dangers have been taken, and 4. The terrain is suitable to him. 10.3.1 Deceptive battles. If the above conditions are not satisfied, he shall use deception, as described below. 10.3.2 The enemy shall be attacked when I. His forces are suffering from a calamity, 2. His forces are unprotected, 1 and 3. He is on less suitable terrain compared to the attacker. The enemy may be attacked even if he is on suitable terrain, provided that the attacker has the support of all the constituents of his state. In such a case, the attacker shall lure the enemy onto unsuitable terrain by pretending that his own unreliable, alien or jungle forces have suffered a rout. He shall first break the compact battle array of the pursuing enemy using elephants and then attack with his own unbroken army. From 10.3.3-6. Or, the enemy's army may be attacked in the front with a part of the forces, and when it is staggering or has turned its back, attacked in the rear with elephants and horses. Or, the enemy's army may be attacked in the rear with a part of the forces, and when it is staggering or has turned its back, attacked with the best of the forces. Similar tactics may also be employed for the two flanks. The attack may also be directed towards where the enemy's forces are weak or unreliable. From 10.3.7-10. The general principle is if frontal attack is unfavorable, the attack shall be from the rear and vice versa. Similarly, if attack on one flank is unfavorable, it shall be made from the other. From 10.3.11-13. The enemy's forces shall be made tired by attacking with unreliable, alien or jungle troops and then attacked by the conqueror with his own fresh troops. The enemy may be made to believe that he has won by a seeming defeat of the conqueror's unreliable troops, then his forces shall be ambushed by the conqueror's reliable forces from safe positions. A vigilant conqueror may strike at an enemy who is negligent about protection while his forces are plundering a caravan, animal herds, a camp or transport. Alternatively, the conqueror may conceal a strong force behind a weak force, and when the weak force has penetrated the enemy ranks, reinforce the attack with the strong one. The enemy's warriors may be lured into an ambush by tempting them with cattle for seizure or wild animals for hunting. The enemy's warriors may be kept awake by night forays and then attacked during the day when they are drowsy or asleep. The enemy's sleeping warriors can also be attacked with elephants, whose feet have been covered in leather to make their passage silent or as protection against dogs. If the enemy forces are tired after making preparations for the battle in the forenoon, they shall be attacked in the afternoon. The ranks of the enemy's horses and elephants may be broken by letting loose frightened cattle, buffaloes, or camels, which are made to run helter-skelter with contraptions which make a lot of noise tied to their backs. 2. The conqueror shall make sure his own ranks are not broken. Any force which has to fight facing the sun or wind shall be attacked. It has been mentioned earlier that the conqueror shall attack the enemy when he suffers from any of the difficulties against which he should have taken appropriate protective measures. 3. These are also the occasions for using deceptive tactics. 10.3.14-23,25. Opportunities for an ambush. A desert, forest, narrow path, marsh, mountain, valley, uneven ground, boat, cattle, cart array of the army, mist and night are opportunities for ambushes. October 3, 24. 11.7. Preparations for battle. Exhortation of troops. The conqueror shall collect his forces together and say to them, I am as much a servant of the state as you are, we shall share the wealth of the state. Attack these, mine enemies. October 3, 27. Verses 10.3.28-31 have been omitted. See notes on translation No. 14. Counselors and the Purohita shall encourage the troops by pointing out the excellent qualities of the army and the chosen battle formation. Astrologers and similar professionals shall inspire the troops by proclaiming the king to be omniscient and divinely aided, and shall fill the enemy troops with dread. 10.3.32-33. The night before the battle. The king shall observe a fast the night before the battle and sleep beside his chariot and weapons. He shall make oblations in the fire according to the Atharva Veda. He shall have prayers said for victory in battle and for attainment of heaven by those who fall. He shall entrust himself to Brahmins. 10.3.34-37. The day of battle. Troops which are brave, skillful, of noble birth, loyal and not unhappy with the wealth and honors bestowed on them shall be placed in the center of the forces. Among them the king shall take his place, bare of flags and distinguishing features and surrounded by warrior kinsmen, paternal relatives, brothers and sons. He shall normally ride a chariot or an elephant and be guarded by cavalry, or he may ride whatever is preponderant in his army or in which he is proficient. A double shall impersonate the king at the head of the battle formation. 10.3.38-42 Bards and praise singers shall describe the heaven that awaits the brave and the hell that shall be the lot of cowards. They shall extol the clan, group, family, deeds and conduct of the warriors. Assistants of the Purohita shall speak of the spells and incantations they have used against the enemy, technicians and carpenters of the machines they have built, and astrologers of the good omens for their side and the bad ones for the enemy. 10.3.43,44 The chief of defense shall make the troops happy with wealth and honors and announce the following rewards: 100,000 panis for killing the enemy king, 50,000 for a prince or the army chief, 10,000 for a division chief, 5,000 for an elephant or chariot warrior, 1,000 for a horse, 100 for an infantry section leader, 20 for a soldier, as well as double normal wages and whatever booty they seize. These rewards shall be made known to the leaders of groups of 10, i.e. the company, battalion, and divisional commanders. 10.3.45,46 The following shall be stationed in the rear: physicians with surgical instruments, equipment, medicines, oils, and bandages, women with cooked food and beverages, and women to encourage the men to fight. October 3, 47. 11.8 Battle arrays and formations. Kautilya gives an exhaustive description of how to arrange the forces for a set-piece battle, starting with positioning of reinforcements made up of the best forces at about a kilometer behind the battleground. Basic units. The description starts with defining a basic unit for the cavalry, warriors on horses, elephants, and chariots. These never fought alone. A warrior on a horse was accompanied by 6 soldiers as shown in Fig 34. Both the chariot unit and the elephant unit had 5 cavalry units surrounding it, as shown in Figure 35. Close and open orders. The forces could be arrayed in a densely packed close order or in a more spread out open order. The choice, no doubt, depended on the nature of the terrain, the type of forces available and the type of forces fielded by the enemy. In the close order for infantry, equipped with only swords, spears or lances, the soldiers in a row were separated from each other by only 26.5 centimeters, presumably measured with their arms outstretched. However, archers were arranged in a more open fashion, with the distance between 2 in a row being 225 centimeters. This is described as a bow's length, dhanus, for arrays, longer by 1/5 compared to the normal measure of dhanus 1. The wider distance between archers must have been due to their not being involved in hand-to-hand fighting but firing from a distance behind the other soldiers. The 2 types are illustrated in Figure 36. The distance between 2 rows of soldiers is not given in the text. The distance separating 2 soldiers is only an indication of the minimum. This could be doubled or trebled. The soldiers should never be so closely packed as to overcrowd them and impede their fighting ability. The placement of horses, elephants, and chariots was a multiple, 3 times for cavalry and 5 times for elephants and chariots, of the distance for foot soldiers, as shown in Figures 37 and 38. Arrays. Out of these basic units, arrays were formed. The arrays for chariots and elephants were identical, with the minimum number in an array being 9, arranged in 3 rows of 3 each as shown in Fig 38. Since each chariot was supported by 5 cavalry units, each with 1 mounted warrior and 6 foot soldiers, the minimum array consisted of 9 chariots, 45 mounted warriors and 270 foot soldiers. The number of chariots in each row could be increased by 2, up to 21 in each row. The number of rows was always 3. Thus, an array could consist of 9, 15, 21, 27, 33, 39, 45, 51, 57, or 63 chariots. Formations. Arrays were put together in a formation by placing 1 array in the center, 2 in the flanks and 2 in the wings. The distance separating the arrays in given as 5 dhanus or 11.25 meters 10.5.8. See Figure 39. When the 5 arrays of a formation are all of equal size, it is called balanced. Another possibility is that the arrays in the wings and the flanks could have 2 more chariots, or elephants, as compared to the central array. Such formations are called unbalanced. Figures 40 and 41 illustrate the minimum balanced formation and one example of an unbalanced formation with 5 chariots in the central array and 7 each in the wings and flanks. The number of chariots, or elephants, horses, and men in each of the possible combinations of with 21 chariots in each row of each array was indeed very large. There were 315 chariots, 1,575 mounted warriors and nearly 10,000 foot soldiers. Surpluses and strengthening. After allocating the available forces to forming the units and arrays, some forces may still be available. Rules for distributing them to strengthen the wings, flanks and center are given. Pure and mixed formations. A battle formation, consisting of a center, 2 flanks and 2 wings can be formed using only one type of force: only foot soldiers, only cavalry units or only chariot or elephant units. These are defined as pure formations. A mixed formation consisted of more than one type of force. Horse units, elephants, and chariots could be used together, all 4 wings could also be used. The placement of forces in mixed formations is also given. Modes of attack. The different arrays in a formation could attack the enemy forces in a variety of ways. There are 4 basic types: a straight line, a snake, a circle, or dispersed. In the straight line or truncheon, the center, flanks and wings advanced evenly; in the snake, unevenly in a sinuous manner; in the circle, radiating outwards; and in the dispersed, independently of each other. Kautilya gives a list of the subtypes of the basic 4. There are 18 subtypes under the truncheon, including the basic type, 4 under the snake, 3 under the circle and 7 under the dispersed, a total of 32. The text contains only brief indications of how each one differed from the basic type. There are hints that a wing or a flank may have advanced or retreated in a different fashion. The names given to the subtypes are not of much help, since often they are simply called victorious, invincible, irresistible, etc. In some cases, a hint is given of the shape of the formation. For example, if the center remained stationary and the wings moved forward, the formation was stretched out like a bow. The snake formation is said to be either moving like a serpent or like cow's urine. The subtle distinction seems to be that, in the former, the troops move together closely and continuously, while, in the latter, they may be separated and of different sizes. As is usual with Kautilya, there is some attempt, particularly in the subtypes of the truncheon, to find symmetrical countertypes. One cannot be sure whether these subtypes were introduced for the sake of logical completeness or whether they were actually practicable on the battlefield. October 6, 42, not translated, gives a list of formations to be used against others. Since the subject of battle formations in such detail will be of interest only to military historians of classical Indian warfare, the verses 10.6.9-23, 25-29, 31, 33, 35, 38 and 42 are not translated here. Kautilya thinks that any formation can be successfully countered by the one called the invincible, a subtype of the truncheon. Before making the battle formation, a fortified area shall be set up approximately 1,000 yards or 900 meters behind the battleground, depending on the nature of the terrain. The best parts of the army shall be detached and kept out of sight of the enemy. The battalion and divisional commanders shall then arrange the army in a battle formation. 10.5.1,2. Battle formations of different kinds shall be arranged according to the rules given below, so that the strength of the 4 constituents of the force are used appropriately. October 5, 57. Basic units. The unit for a horse. The supporting unit for a horse fighter consists of 3 soldiers on foot in front and 3 guards on foot at the rear. 10.5.9,11. The unit for an elephant or a chariot. There shall be 5 horses for each chariot or elephant, each horse fighter with 6 soldiers, 3 fighter in front and 3 guards at the rear. 10.5.10,11. The distances separating soldiers, horses, etc. are the minimum, they can be doubled or trebled. The guiding principle shall be that the army must be capable of fighting in comfort without being crowded. 10.5.4,5 Chariot and elephant arrays. The arrays for chariots and elephants are identical. October 5, 30. Battle formations. Ushanaz says that a battle formation shall consist of 2 wings, a center, and reserves, but according to Brihaspati, it shall have 2 wings, 2 flanks, a center and reserves. 10.6.1,2 Kautilya seems to agree with both dispositions, according to 15.1.42 in I.I, which quotes the view of Ushanaz as indicating agreement with it. The text generally follows the second type recommended by Brihaspati, with 2 flanks added. When the battle formations of the conqueror and the enemy are equally matched, he who has better terrain, time, and troops, wins. October 6, 47. The separation between arrays in a formation shall be 11.25 meters. 10.5.8 Balanced formation. The minimum array for a chariot or elephant formation is 9 chariot units in the center, each flank, and each wing, arranged in 3 rows of 3 each. Since each chariot or elephants has its own attendant 5 horses and 30 men, a formation consists of a minimum of 45 chariots, 225 horses, and 1,350 men. The number of chariot units in each row can be 5, 7, 9, up to 21. There are thus 10 possible combinations. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, or 21 chariots per row, the smallest formation having 45 chariots units and the largest, 315. 10.5.12-16 Unbalanced formations. The array is said to be unbalanced when the wings and flanks have 2 more chariot units than the center. For example, the center could have 3 rows of 7 chariot units and each flank and wing 3 rows of 9 units. There are 10 possible unbalanced arrays, with the center having 1, 3, 5, up to 21 units. 210.5.17-19 Surpluses and strengthening. Any troops left over after making the formation shall be used to strengthen it by inserting the surplus. October 5, 20. Strengthening by insertion is of 4 kinds. Proper insertion: addition of surplus chariots, horses, and men in the right proportion. Improper insertion: addition of only foot soldiers. Unitary insertion: addition of only chariots or only horses. Counterproductive insertion: addition of unreliable troops. 10.5.25-28 Out of the surplus chariots units, elephants, or horses, 2/3 shall be distributed to the outer parts, wings and flanks, and 1/3 placed at the center. The insertion shall be made so as not to cause overcrowding among the horses, chariots, or elephants. The conqueror may strengthen his formations by up to 4 times the number of chariots/elephants inserted by the enemy and up to 8 times the number of men inserted by him. 10.5.21-24,29 Pure formations. Elephant arrays. In an array consisting only of elephants, war elephants shall be placed at the center, riding elephants at the rear, and vicious elephants at the extremities. Horse arrays. The placement in an array of only horses is, armored horses at the center and unarmored ones at the flanks and wings. Infantry. Men with armor shall be at the front and archers at the back. 10.5.34-37 This placement can be varied according to the enemy formation. Placement according to quality. 1/3 of the best among the infantry, cavalry, elephants, and chariots shall be placed in the center and the other 2/3 in the wings and flanks. All forces best, middling, and weak shall be used. This can be done in a number of ways, depending on the conditions. The normal order is the best forces in the front and the second best behind. Placing the third best behind the best is not usual. Putting the worst forces in front is abnormal order. Placing the weakest forces at the extremities may help to dampen the vehemence of the enemy attack. An order good for resisting an enemy attack is the best troops in front, the second best at the extremities, the third best at the rear and the weakest in the middle. 10.5.43-47 Modes of attack. According to both Ushanaz and Brihaspati and Kautilya, who does not disagree, there are 4 basic types. I. The truncheon, danda, one in which the wing, flank, and center arrays advance evenly abreast. 2. The snake, bhaga, in which they advance unevenly in a sinuous manner, one after the other. 3. The circle, mandala, in which the wings, flanks and the center become one and the advance is in all directions simultaneously. 4. The dispersed, asamhata, in which the wings, flanks and the center advance independently of each other, irrespective of their original positions in the formation. 10.6.3-8,24,30-34 If, in the straight, truncheon, formation, the arrays move one behind the other, it is called the needle. If there are 2 such parallel columns, it is the bracelet. 4 such is the invincible. An octagonal formation, a form of the circle, is also called the invincible. Any kind of formation of the enemy can be successfully countered by the invincible. From 10.6.20-23-32,43. 11.9 The battle. The attack. The conqueror shall not attack without having reinforcements in the rear, since these are essential for rallying broken ranks. He himself shall remain, with the reinforcements, at a distance of approximately 360 meters behind the main troops. October 5, 58. After setting up the battle formation, the enemy shall be attacked with 1 or 2 of the groups in the array, the center, the wings, or the flanks. The rest shall be kept in reserve for supporting the attack. A large part of the best troops shall be used to attack that part of the enemy forces which have weak units, no elephants or horses, unreliable troops, or have been previously seduced. When the enemy's army is strongest, the attack shall be made with twice the number of the best troops. That part of the attacking force which has few of the best troops shall be reinforced by a larger number. The reinforcements shall be directed to where the enemy forces are weak or from where a danger of defeat or counter-attack is apprehended. 10.5.48-52 Infantry shall be attacked by horses, horses by chariots, and chariots by elephants. An enemy force weak in one constituent shall be attacked by a stronger force of the same constituent. October 6, 44. During the battle the conqueror shall strike terror in the enemy forces by various means, such as use of machines, occult practices, assassins killing those busy doing something, witchcraft, proclamation of the conqueror's association with gods, one using carts or elephants or herds of cattle to frighten, inciting traitors, setting fire to the enemy camp, and killing the ends and the rear supporters and camp followers. Agents in the guise of messengers may also create panic by spreading false information, such as the burning or capture of the enemy's fort, the revolt of a kinsman, or the rebellion of a jungle chief in his territory. 10.6.48-50 After the battle. After routing the enemy's army, the conqueror shall I. Sue for peace if the enemy force was more powerful. 2. Agree to peace if sought by an enemy of equal power, and 3. Destroy an enemy of inferior power, except when he has reached the sanctuary of his own territory or is ready to sacrifice his life. The fury of a desperate king returning to battle with no thought for his own life is irresistible, therefore, a routed army shall not be further harassed to the extent of provoking it to fight until annihilation. 10.3.54-57 11.x The siege. When an enemy defeated in battle takes shelter in a fort, his overthrow has to be achieved by besieging and capturing it. The siege was a costly exercise. In Kautilya's words, it entailed losses of men, heavy expenditure, and long absence from home. The absence from home was as important as the other two. When the king was away, there was a greater likelihood in his own kingdom of internal rebellion, palace coups, intrigue, and treachery. It was therefore essential for the aggressor to capture the fort in the shortest possible time at minimum cost to himself. Kautilya describes a variety of methods in logical order. At each stage, the successful use of the recommended method obviated the need for the use of a more expensive method of the next stage. Before laying the siege, the aggressor may wage psychological war, upajapa, in 13.1 with the aim of frightening the people inside the fort and boosting the morale of his own people, subverting the enemy's high officials or depopulating the territory of the enemy. If this does not succeed, the aggressor shall try to draw out the enemy from the protection of the fort by various clandestine methods and kill him, Yogavamana, in 13.2. The presumption is that with the high officials subverted or the leader dead, the fort would fall into the aggressor's hands without a fight. These tricks have been translated in 9.4 of this translation. If the enemy is intelligent and as much a student of kautilya as the aggressor, it is unlikely that he will fall for any of the tricks. Indeed, kautilya implies that those who know how to manipulate these tricks also know how to counteract them. 13.2.36. If the attempts at killing the enemy prove to be impracticable or if they fail, the conqueror shall set about weakening the enemy, apasarpa, 13.3. The methods suggested include a trusted subordinate of the conqueror gaining the enemy's confidence and then betraying him and using allies or the enemy's enemy. The next possibility is for the aggressor to infiltrate his own forces into the fort, so that it can be taken from the inside. Laying siege, paryopasana, and taking the fort by direct assault, avamartha, is the last resort, both in 13.4. However, there's still some steps which could be taken to emasculate the enemy before the siege is actually laid. Removing the civilian population from around the siege and fort area is one. However, kautilya is categorical that there shall be no permanent loss of population from the area which will, after victory, become that of the conqueror. 4. There cannot be a country without people and there is no kingdom without a country. 13.4.5. Reducing the supplies available to the enemy for withstanding the siege is another precaution. The aggressor shall then strengthen his own siege camp and lay the siege at the right time. While carrying out activities like undermining ramparts and breaching the walls, the besieger shall try to avoid further bloodshed and get the enemy to surrender by using the four methods of conciliation, gifts, sowing dissension, and force. 13.4.13. Setting fire to the fort by various means. 13.4.14-21 is a possibility, but this is not recommended, for there is little to be gained by conquering ashes. 13.4.22-24. Even when the enemy's strength is depleted, there are alternatives to direct assault. The enemy can be tricked into coming out of the fort by pretending to withdraw the siege and convincing him by using different types of people that it is safe for him to come out. He shall then be killed. When all else fails, there is no option but to take the fort by storming it. The rules for the assault also specify that those inside the fort who surrender or do not take part in its defense shall be spared. When the fort is taken, it shall be cleared of all supporters of the enemy and suitable precautions taken to eliminate the possibility of secret attacks. For example, as mentioned in X.X on the weak king, the defeated enemy may hide himself in the fort and try to assassinate the conqueror. Only when the conqueror is absolutely sure of security, shall he enter the fort as the victor. The 5 means of taking a fort are: psychological warfare, enticing the enemy out, weakening him, besieging him, and taking the fort by direct assault. 13.4.63. The conqueror who wants to absorb the enemy's territory shall terrify the enemy and fill his own side with enthusiasm by demonstrating his omniscience and his close association with the gods. 13.1.1. Psychological warfare. Demonstrating omniscience. The conqueror shall demonstrate his pervasive knowledge by I. Letting his chiefs know that he is aware of their domestic affairs and secret activities, having found out about them through secret agents. 2. Unmasking traitors, having first found them out through secret agents employed for that purpose. 3. Revealing that someone was about to make a request for a favor, having ascertained that through unnoticed contacts, prior knowledge or signals, and 4. Revealing knowledge about foreign countries before it becomes public, having got from agents a secret sealed communication through homing pigeons. 13.1.2 Demonstrating association with gods. The conqueror shall make gullible people believe that he is in direct contact with gods by various tricks. Some of the ones mentioned are not clear. For details see 13.1.3-6 in 9.4. Propaganda. Soothsayers, readers of omens, astrologers, reciters of Puranas, intuitionists, clandestine agents, those who help the king perform the tricks and those who had witnessed them shall advertise them inside his own territory. In the enemy's territory, they shall advertise, in particular, the appearance of gods and his receiving army and treasury from divine sources. Whenever there is an opportunity, e.g. when interpreting questions to gods, devaprasna, e.g. oracles, omens, the cawing of crows, body language, dreams, bird calls and animal noises, they shall proclaim the meaning to be victory for the conqueror and defeat for the enemy. Any appearance of a meteor in the constellation of stars of the enemy's birth shall be proclaimed by a beat of drums as an omen of the imminent defeat of the enemy. 13.1.7-10 Against the enemy's chiefs. Agents, in the guise of envoys pretending to be motivated by friendliness, shall tell the chief principles of the enemy of the high regard the conqueror has for them, of the strength of his side and of the deterioration in the enemy's side. The principals, both civilians and soldiers, shall be promised that they will not lose, i.e. have the same rewards and honors when the conqueror absorbs the territory. The principals shall be looked after if they encounter calamities and be treated as a father would treat his children. 13.1.11-13 An agent, in the guise of a holy man shall take refuge in a popular temple of the city and by his performances of magical tricks gradually win over the principals and use them to outmaneuver the enemy. 13.2.15 The methods for subverting the principles of the enemy are described not only in 13.1.16 but also in 1.14. For translation see 9.4. When the population in the enemy territory suffers from famine or depredations of jungle tribes, secret agents shall encourage them to seek the conqueror's protection, and persuade them that, even if they do not get that protection, they should go elsewhere, thus ensuring depopulation of the enemy territory. If the people agree to move, they shall be given grains and money. 13.1.20-21 Enticing the enemy out of the fort by tricks. See 9.4. Weakening the enemy. Using one's own trusted officers. The methods described below involve ostensibly dismissing or banishing a trusted official and sending him over to the enemy to win the enemy's confidence with a view to betraying him at an opportune time. The intention is to weaken the enemy and thus reduce the losses and expenses of taking the fort. A trustworthy counselor, jungle chief, or militia chief, one ostensibly dismissed from his post, shall seek shelter with the enemy and gradually bring over his own men on the grounds of protecting his people. He shall then, with the help of spies, attack a treacherous town of the conqueror, or an unreliable and weak force of the conqueror or an unreliable rear ally of the conqueror. 2. Alternatively, the planted official may increase his own strength by winning over the militias or tribal forces in a part of the enemy's territory. When the traitor has earned the full confidence of the enemy, word shall be sent to the conqueror, who, pretending to go to catch elephants or put down tribal rebels, shall attack the enemy without warning, the planted official revealing his true colors at that time. From 13.3.1-7 The conqueror shall first make peace with the enemy 3 and then ostensibly dismiss some counselors, who are then to appeal to the enemy for help in reconciling them with their master. Any envoy sent by the enemy for this purpose shall be insulted. Whereupon one of the dismissed counselors shall seek shelter with the enemy and gain his confidence by recommending treacherous spies who have betrayed the conqueror, the disgruntled, the unreliable, the weak, robbers or jungle chiefs who harass both. Again, the choice is to be made so as to please the enemy while ridding the conqueror of harassment. He shall then falsely betray important officers of the enemy, such as frontier officers, tribal chiefs, or army chiefs, accusing them of being in league with the conqueror. So-called proof shall be provided by letters carried by the condemned men. Thus important officials providing valuable support shall be eliminated, thereby weakening the enemy. From 13.3.8-14. The conqueror shall ostensibly banish a chief official of a fort, province, or army accusing him of treachery. The banished official shall take shelter with the enemy and use the opportunity of a battle, a sudden assault, a siege, or a calamity to outmaneuver the enemy. While waiting for an opportunity, he shall set about sowing dissension among the supporters of the enemy. In this also, they shall use letters carried by condemned men. From 13.3.36-39. Weakening the enemy by using other kings of the circle. This series of methods makes use of the enemy's enemy, the conqueror's ally, or the enemy's ally. An important set of methods suggests that the conqueror shall invite an attack on himself, call upon the enemy for help, and then adopt an appropriate one among a variety of measures to kill the enemy. These are, in fact, a graphic example of Kautilya's basic advice. The conqueror shall clearly identify the main aims, i.e. the elimination of the enemy, and then use short-term stratagems to achieve the main aims. The enemy can also be destroyed with methods involving the use of armed forces. 13.3.15. The conqueror shall contrive a situation whereby the enemy is invited to come with armed forces to his help. This can be done using the enemy's enemy, the conqueror's ally, or the enemy himself. In the first case, the enemy's enemy, in theory, a friend, shall, by secret methods, be made to appear to do harm to the conqueror, who shall then pretend to mount an attack against the ally in retaliation. The enemy shall then be invited to join in it on the promise of a share of land or gold captured on the expedition. In the second case, the conqueror shall make a treaty with the ally for sharing the enemy's land. When the ally attacks the enemy, he shall appear to do harm to the conqueror, who shall then pretend to mount an attack in retaliation and invite the enemy to join in an attack on an ally of the conqueror, promising a share of the land. The enemy may or may not trust the conqueror. The methods of destroying the enemy depends on his reaction. The conqueror may, after taking suitable precautions, pretend to be suffering from a calamity and make his ally encourage the enemy to attack. When the enemy does so, he shall be squeezed between the two forces of the conqueror and the ally. The enemy may be killed or, if caught alive, released in exchange for his kingdom. 13.3.29-30. If the enemy becomes unassailable through being protected by his friend, his neighbors shall be encouraged to lay waste enemy territory. If the enemy relies on the army of the ally to save his fort, that army must be destroyed. If the enemy and his ally are united, the conqueror shall openly bargain with each one for the other's land. Then double agents or agents pretending to be the friend of the enemy or the ally shall sow mistrust. When one of them gets angry or suspicious of the other, the conqueror shall divide them and eliminate them one by one. 13.3.31-35. Infiltrating a force inside the fort. A part of the conqueror's army can be infiltrated into the fort either by tricking the enemy into opening the gates or by building up gradually a clandestine armed force inside. Verses 13.3.40-48 have been included in 9.4. Laying the siege. Depleting the enemy's resources before the siege. The work of laying a siege shall be preceded by actions designed to deplete the resources of the enemy. These are, destroying his sowings and crops, cutting off his supplies and foraging raids, making his people run away and killing the leaders secretly. The countryside around the fort shall be protected from fear. Favors and tax exemptions shall be granted to those who desire to move to get away from the fighting to persuade them to settle elsewhere. Those who actually move shall be made to settle on land away from the battlefield or move together to a different place. Kautilya says, "There cannot be a country without people and there is no kingdom without a country." The sowings or the crops of the enemy entrenched in the fort shall be destroyed, his supplies cut off and foraging raids foiled. 13.4.1-7. Time for besieging. The enemy's fort shall be besieged when I. the attacker's troops are supplied abundantly with high-quality grains, forest produce, machines, army, armor, labor, ropes and other equipment. 2. The climate is favorable to the conqueror and unfavorable to the enemy, and 3. The enemy suffers from disease, famine, depletion of stores, deterioration of fortifications and the weariness of his mercenary and allied troops. 13.4.8 Besieging. The besieger shall first make sure of the protection of his own camp, transport, supplies, reinforcements, and roads. The fort shall then be encircled along the moat and ramparts of the fort. Drinking water supply for the fort from outside shall be defiled. The moat shall be emptied or filled up with earth. The ramparts shall be undermined by tunnels or by breaking the foundations, and breached by armored elephants. Uneven places shall be filled with earth. Any place defended by many men shall be destroyed by machines. Enemy troops emerging from concealed exits shall be hunted down by horses. In between these activities, the attacker shall try to achieve success, i.e. the surrender of the enemy by using the four methods in restriction, option, or combination. 413.4.9-13 Use of fire. When a fort can be captured by fighting, fire shall not be used at all. For fire is a divine calamity whose effects are unpredictable. It is a destroyer of uncountable numbers of people as well as grains, animals, wealth, forest produce and other goods. Even when captured, a fort whose stores are all burnt down only gives rise to further losses. 13.4.22-24 The following are the methods of setting fire to the fort. I. Birds, like hawks, crows, pheasants, kites, parrots, mynas, owls and pigeons, which have their nests in the forts, shall be caught, firebrands tied to their tails and then released to fly back to the fort. 2. If the camp is at a distance from the fort and if there is an elevated part with protection for the archers of the besieging army, fire arrows can be used. 3. The attacker's secret agents serving as guards inside the fort may tie firebrands to the tails of mongoose, monkeys, cats, or dogs and let them loose over thatches, wooden fortifications and houses. 4. A piece of burning charcoal may be hidden inside dried fish or meat to be picked up by crows and dropped on houses inside the fort. 13.4.14-17 13.4.18-21 which give recipes for making fireballs, fire arrows etc., have not been translated because the names of the different ingredients are not clear. Pretended withdrawal of the siege. It is not clear whether the methods in 13.4.27-49 are to be used as alternatives to storming the citadel or because the siege is ineffective. Most of them are tricks, many using people posing as friends of the besieged. Even a true friend or supporter of the besieged king can be tricked into joining the attacker, then killed and the murder blamed on the besieged. A few verses are inconsistent with the intent of the sequence. 13.4.41 recommending the use of secret agents entering the fort with forged passes and taking it from inside is interpolated between two tricks both involving people pretending to be supporters of the besieged. 13.4.48-49 recommending that the aggressor make a treaty with the besieged and then destroy the country, not the enemy, is quite inconsistent with the rest of Kautilya's philosophy of distinguishing between the people and the king as enemy. These verses are probably holdovers from other texts. In the translation below, trick 1 does not use anyone, trick 2 is to be used by someone pretending to be either an ally or supporter, Mitra Esaravyangana, trick 3 is a variation for use by a vassal king or a tribal chief. The fourth trick is for one posing as a friend and the fifth and sixth by one posing as a supporter. The seventh uses the true ally or friendly jungle chief of the besieged. 1. Lifting the siege. The attacker may abandon his siege camp, hide himself in a forest and kill the enemy when he emerges from the fort. 13.4.27 The attacker may send in secret agents with forged passes on the pretext of seeing friends or relatives inside and then capture it while inside. 13.4.41 2 so-called friends or supporters. A king, pretending to be a good ally or supporter, shall befriend the besieged and send a condemned man as messenger ostensibly with information about traitors in the fort who are sources of danger or traitors in the besiegers' camp who could be exploited. When the so-called friend returns from the fort with another messenger, the conqueror shall pretend to arrest him, try him for conspiracy and banish him. The siege shall be lifted. The so-called friend shall then send a message to the besieged calling for his help for protection or for jointly attacking the conqueror. When the besieged responds, he shall be squeezed between the two forces, the conquerors and the so-called friends, and killed, or he shall be let off in return for surrendering his kingdom. His fort may be razed to the ground, or his best forces called out and destroyed. 13.4.2833. 3. Using a vassal king or tribal chief. A vassal king, who has surrendered with his troops to the conqueror, or a tribal chief, can be used to pretend that they are dissatisfied with the conqueror and suggest to the besieged king that the conqueror is suffering from some calamity, e.g. that he is ill, he is being attacked by an enemy in the rear, there is a revolt in his army, or that he is lifting the siege and going elsewhere. When the besieged is convinced of this, the conqueror shall lift the siege, set fire to his camp and go away. Then the vassal or jungle chief shall send word to the besieged calling for help. The rest of this trick is the same as the last one. While abandoning the siege, the conqueror may also outmaneuver the enemy by leaving behind his stores, having first laced them with poison. 13.4.3438. 4. The so-called friend. A greedy ally of the besieged may be persuaded on the promise of his keeping the territory to use his friendship to divide the king and his brave warriors and have the warriors killed. 13.4.46,47. 5 and 6. The so-called supporter. A false supporter of the besieged may send an envoy with the false information that he himself had mounted an attack against the besieger and that the besieged should come out and join it. When he does so, he shall be squeezed between the two forces as in trick 2. 13.4.39,40. Alternatively, the false supporter may intimate that he will attack the besieger at a specified time and place and invite the besieged to join. When the besieger agrees, a lot of noise shall be made as if attack was in progress, and as the besieged comes out of the fort at night he shall be killed. 13.4.42,43. 7. Ally or friendly tribal chief of the besieged. An ally or friendly tribal chief of the besieged shall be suborned to fight against the besieged on the promise of letting him keep the territory. When he does so, he shall be killed by poison, by treacherous chiefs or the people. The besieged shall be discredited by casting the blame on him for killing his own ally. 13.4.44,45. Storming the fort. The right condition. The best opportunity to storm the fort is when I. The conqueror is fully equipped with all implements and laborers. 2. The enemy is ill. 3. The enemy's principal officials are unhappy through being subjected to secret tests of loyalty. 5. 4. The enemy's fortifications are incomplete, stores depleted and reinforcements unavailable, or v. The enemy is likely to make a treaty with an ally to provide reinforcements before the assault. 13.4.25. The right time. The right time for storming the fort is when I. There is an accidental fire in the fort or when it has been intentionally set alight. 2. The people are participating in a festival or watching a show. 3. There is a drunken quarrel among the troops inside the fort. 4. The enemy troops are tired after constant fighting. v. The enemy troops have suffered many casualties after heavy fighting. 6. The people are tired after being kept awake for many nights or when they are asleep, or 7. It is cloudy, raining, flooded or foggy. 13.4.26. The assault. The conqueror shall first mount a diversionary attack with his own unreliable troops or tribal forces so that a part of the enemy forces are drawn out against them. The attack shall be led by the conqueror's unreliable, alien, or tribal forces as well as by those who hate the enemy and deserters from the fort, who had been rewarded and honored by the conqueror. The attackers shall be provided with suitable signs and signals for coordination. The following shall not be harmed when the enemy fort or camp is attacked. I. Anyone falling down in the fight. 2. Those turning their backs. 3. Anyone surrendering. 4. Anyone who unties his hair as a symbol of surrender, or throws his weapons down. V. Anyone contorted by fear, or 6. Anyone who does not fight. After capturing the fort, it shall be cleared of the enemy's supporters and precautions shall be taken, both inside and out, against secret attackers or tricks. Only then shall the conqueror enter the fort. 13.4.50-53. 11.11. Peaceful rule of acquired territory. There are three ways by which a conqueror can acquire territory: by inheritance, reacquisition, and conquest. The acquisition may be of two kinds: extensive, including forests and other types of land, or a single city, fort, or village. 13.5.1,2. Inherited territory. The conqueror shall avoid the mistakes of his father and emulate his virtues. Among the customs and practices in vogue when the kingdom is inherited, those in accordance with Dharma shall be continued and those against discontinued. Likewise, only those customs and practices which are in accordance with Dharma shall be introduced and not those which do not conform to it. 13.5.23,24. Reacquired territory. In the case of territory which was originally his and had been reacquired, the conqueror shall avoid the mistakes his own or those of the constituents of his state which led to the territory being lost and strengthen those qualities through which he regained it. 13.5.22. New territory, acquired by conquest. Having acquired new territory, the conqueror shall substitute his virtues for the enemy's vices, and where the enemy was good, he shall be twice as good. He shall follow policies which are pleasing and beneficial to the constituents by acting according to his dharma and by granting favors and tax exemptions, giving gifts and bestowing honors. He shall reward, as promised, those who were traitors to the enemy for his sake. If they had exerted themselves more than required, they shall be rewarded more than promised. For he who does not keep his promises or acts against the interests of the people, becomes unworthy of the trust of his own and other people. He shall adopt the way of life, dress, language, and customs of the people of the acquired territory, show the same devotion to the gods of the territory as to his own gods, and participate in the people's festivals and amusements. He shall please the chiefs of the country, towns, castes, and guilds by looking after their customary rights, tax exemptions and safety. Secret agents shall tell the chiefs often of the misdeeds of the enemy, their former king, the present king's high regard for them, his devotion to their interests, and how he considers it a great good fortune to have them in his kingdom. He shall ensure that devotions are held regularly in all the temples and ashrams. He shall grant land, money, and tax exemptions to the men distinguished for their learning, speech, dharma or bravery. All prisoners shall be released on a special amnesty. The ill, the helpless, and the distressed shall be helped. Slaughter of animals shall be prohibited during 1 fortnight in each month of Chaturmasya, the 4-month period set apart for devotions, for 4 days around the full moon day and for a day on the birth star of the king or country. The slaughter of females and young animals as well as castration of male animals shall also be prohibited. All practices which are not in accordance with Dharma or which affect the treasury or the army shall be discontinued and replaced by those in accordance with Dharma. Thieves and mlekas shall be removed from their usual places of residence and dispersed. Chiefs of the fort, army, and police, ministers and purohitas who were supporters of the enemy shall be dispersed to different parts on the frontier regions of the territory. Those who conspire against or can cause harm to the conqueror shall be put down secretly. The posts previously occupied by the enemy's men shall be filled by the conqueror's own people or those who were in disfavor with the enemy. A pretender from the enemy's family who can recover the territory or a noble in the frontier forests who can harass the conqueror shall be tackled by giving him sterile land or land which is, at best, 1/4 fertile. The grant shall be made subject to payment of an exorbitant tribute in money and troops, so that its payment will make the citizens in the towns and countryside revolt and kill the prince or noble. Any official who incurs the displeasure of the people shall either be removed from his post or transferred to a dangerous region. 13.5.3-21. Epilogue. As mentioned in 6.2.3, after conquering an enemy, a king may adopt a policy of enjoying his acquisition peacefully. He may also embark on further conquests, either immediately or later. One important result of the victory is that alignments will have changed, because borders will have changed. Old allies may become new enemies. New states acquire the roles of middle or neutral kings. He himself may play one of these roles. There will be 4 new sets of circles of states and a new natural enemy. This enemy may even be the one who was the middle king before the conquest, because, by definition, his kingdom and the conqueror's share a common border. After the conquest and acquisition, the conqueror may have acquired strength commensurate with that of the middle king. The cycle of acquisition by conquest thus recommences. Once the middle king is subdued, the conqueror will have enough power to tackle the neutral king. This is one possible scenario. There are 3 others, all suggesting different kings as targets for conquest. The eventual objective is Chakravartik-Kshetram, the area of operation of the king-emperor. This area, according to Kautilya, is the whole of Bharatavarsha, i.e. the Indian subcontinent. The last verse in this translation reiterates that the king-emperor shall rule in accordance with Dharma. The area extending from the Himalayas in the north to the sea in the south and 1,000 yojanas wide from east to west is the area of operation of the king-emperor, Chakravartik-Kshetram. September 1, 18. There are 4 ways of conquering the world. 1. After conquering the enemy, the conqueror shall direct his attention to the king who is the middle king, then he shall turn to the neutral king. 2. If there are no middle or neutral kings, the conqueror shall win over the constituents of the enemy by his excellent qualities and having thus consolidated his position tackle the other members of his circle of states. 3. If there is no circle, the conqueror shall squeeze an enemy between himself and an ally or squeeze an ally between himself and an enemy. 4. The 4th way is to overcome a weak neighbor without allies, having become doubly powerful, overcome another neighbor and with the increased power a third one and so on. And, having conquered the world characterized by the different varnas and stages of life, the conqueror shall enjoy it according to the precepts of the Dharma for kings. 13.4.54-62. Notes. Introduction. 1. The Cultural Heritage of India, Volume 2, p. 601, The Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Calcutta, 1962. 2. R.P. Kangal, The Kautilya Arthashastra, in 3 parts. Part I, a critical edition with glossary, 1st ed. 1960, 2nd ed. 1969. Part 2, an English translation with critical and explanatory notes, 1st ed. 1963, 2nd ed. 1972. Part 3, a study, 1965, University of Bombay. This reference Part 3, p.3. 3. Not the Manu of the Manusmriti, the Code of Manu, which is a codification a few centuries after Kautilya, judging by the nature of the Hindu society described in it, especially on the role of women, widows' right to remarry, etc. For most of the details on Chandragupta Maurya in this section are taken from Radhakumud Mukherjee, Chandragupta Maurya and His Times, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi 1988. See, in particular, Appendices I and II on Chanakya and Chandragupta traditions from Buddhist and Jaina sources. 5. The primordial ancestor of the family being the sage Kautilya. 6. Ibid, App 1, p. 229. The quotation is from the Mahavamsadika. 7. Ibid, p. 5. 8. Kangal, OPCIT, Part 3, pages 61 to 98. 9. Tr. Trotman, The Structure and Composition of the Kautilya Arthashastra, Ph.D. Thesis, University of Iowa, 1968. 10 MLBD Newsletter, Volume 11, Number 10, October 1989, p.8, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi. 11 Kangal, OPCIT, Part 3, p. 104. 12 Ibid, p. 106. 13 Ibid, p.98. 14 Arthashastra, Arthashastra of Kautilya, University of Mysore, Oriental Library Publications. Text, 1st ed. 1908, 2nd ed. 1919. Translation, 1st ed. 1915, 3rd ed. 1929, 8th ed. 1967. Index Verborum, Part I, A to N, 1924. Part 2, T to Y, 1925. Part 3, R to H, 1925. 15 Kangal, Part 3, pages 21 to 25. 16 Ibid p. 19, 20. 17 RK. Mukherjee, OPCIT, p. 80. 18 RC. Majumdar, Corporate Life in Ancient India, referred to in Kangal, OPCIT, Part 3, p. 135. 19 Kangal, OPCIT, pages 135 to 138. 20 Kangal 3, p.239. 21 Shamasastari, OPCIT, p. 223. 22 Kangal 2, Note to November 1, 42, p.457. 23 Prabhati Mukherjee, Beyond the Four Varnas, The Untouchables in India, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi, 1988. p14 and Note 2 on p105. 24 Kangal, OPCIT, Part 3, p.30. 25 VK. Gupta, Kautilyan Jurisprudence, B.D. Gupta, Delhi, 1987. It is a pity that there is not a word of acknowledgement to Kangal, from whose work this is a scissors and paste exercise. Gupta's classification is different in Criminal Breach of Trust March 20, 16, 4.10.7, April 1, 28, 29, Cheating 2.5.9, April 1, 27, 4.4.20-23, 4.10.9. 26 Aradhna Parmar, Techniques of Statecraft, A Study of Kautilya's Arthashastra, Atmaram and Sons, Delhi, 1987. 27 Vaivasvata Manu. 3 different manas are, in fact, known as teachers: the Svayambhu, self-generated, the Prachitasa, the ancient, and the Vaivasvata, son of Vivasvat. 28 Kangal, OPCIT, Volume 3, p.191. 29 Ibid, p.186. 30 Ibid, p.274. 31 Parmar, OPCIT, p5. 32 Kangal, OPCIT, Part 3, p283. The Kautilyan State and Society. For the political situation in the subcontinent, I am indebted to R.K. Mukherjee, Chandragupta Maurya and his Times, UN. Ghosal, Political Organization, The Monarchical States and Political Organization, Republics and Mixed Constitutions in the Cultural History of India, Volume 2, The Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Calcutta, 2nd ed., 1962, and Romila Thapar, A History of India, Volume I, Pelican, first published 1966. The map is made up from 2 maps, p61 and pages 80 to 81, in Romila Thapar, OPCIT. Kangal, Part 2, Notes on pages 277, 282 and 285. Prabhati Mukherjee, Beyond the Four Varnas, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi, 1988. Aprajita, Apradihata, Jayanta, and Vijayantakangal, all different names for spirits of victory, Meyer forms of Kumara or Skanda, Malayalam commentary and R.K. Mukherjee. They are, respectively, Durga, Vishnu, Subramanya and Indra, commentary of Bhikshaprabhamati. Vishnu, Indra, son of Indra and Skanda. See Kangal, Part 2, note on p70 and Mukherjee. Kangal, OPCIT, Part 3, p159. I. Another example is given in the methods which could be used by a king about to attack an enemy. 9.7.73-76. 2. See Kangal, Volume 3, pages 117,118. Ibid, pages 133,134. 2.2. See notes on translation number 3. Also often Mahajanapada. C. For settlements, 7.11.3-5, Administrative Structure, 2.35.1, Revenue Center, 2.3.3, Ideal, 6.1.8, Relative Importance of Janapada and City, 8.1.29-32, Enemy Janapada, 7.11.18-20 and 13.4.1-5, see also under Chancellor in 4.4. For details of how to evaluate the qualities of persons considered for appointment as ministers, etc. see 4.2. For details on different kinds of allies and how to deal with them see X.4. 2.3. A good minister can take effective countermeasures against man-made or natural calamities which affect the people. If the minister himself is afflicted, there will be no one to look after them. Hence, a calamity affecting the minister is more serious than one affecting the Janapada. 2.4. In September 7, 82 referred to as satanic instead of divine. List given in 2.36.18 water pots, a big jar, a trough, a ladder, an axe for chopping down pillars and beams, a winnowing basket for fanning away the fire, a hook for pulling away burning objects, a hooked rake for pulling away thatch and a skin bag. There are only 9 articles in this list. The punishment for not restraining dogs does not apply to forest guards. 2.v. 1.20.14-17 c 3.4, the King's security. In both cases, there is a collective leadership of a number of chiefs or kings, see X.9. 3.I. For definition, given in January 5, 14, see I.2. 3.2. The stories are well known and many are found in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. See Kangal, 2, notes on pages 12-13. 3.3. Verses 7 and 8 give the lengths of the shadow of the gnomon of a sundial which mark each of the 4 periods before and after midday. The measurement of time during night is not given in the text. See Appendix 1. 3.4. See Fig 17, Treasury, cross-section in 4.4. See the training of a prince above in 3.I. 3.v. All verses relating to clandestine methods are in Part 9 of this translation. See X.vi. Use of secret agents against a disgruntled prince, see III.vi. 13.1, deals mainly with psychological warfare with a view to intimidating the enemy's people and boosting the morale of one's own people. See 11.x. III.vi. Primordial male ancestor. See 13.1 in 11.x. See 9.5 in 3.v. See 5.1, 3 methods, using kinsmen, entrapment, playing one against the other. See 9.3. C. The weak king, XX. Rajyasri, the kingdom as the goddess of wealth, hence, figuratively, a woman. 4.I. 1 cross A equals 2 1/4 miles or 3.66 kilometers. Literally, playing with money. According to May 3, 32, all salaries in settlements on virgin lands shall be paid in cash, no land shall be allotted, as part of the salary, until the village is fully established. Wasteland, used for settlement, is state property and, therefore, reverts to the Crown on the death of the holder. Such grants are to be made to any new settlement even in times of financial difficulties. See 5.2.4 in v.2. Garuda is another name for Krasa, see note 1 above. The translation is a compromise between Kangal, the king should enforce discipline on slaves, etc., and Shamasastari, those who do not heed the claims of slaves, shall be taught their duty. The unit for measuring the width of roads, adhanus, was 6 feet 9 inches as against the standard dandaldanus which was 6, see Appendix 2 on weights and measures. See Appendix 14 for list. Explained in 8.7 on loans, deposits, etc. 4.2. See Kangal, Volume 3, p.134. 4.4. Sasana has two meanings: to control and to administer. 2.10.13-21 on the basic principles of Sanskrit grammar, number of letters in the alphabet, parts of speech, etc., are not translated. Iti thus. For details of commodities and products classified under these names see Appendix 2. For details of revenue, budgeting, and maintenance of accounts see v.3. For the type of spies and the cover to be used by them, see 9.2. For the methods to be used by secret agents to expose each type, see 9.3. For explanation of transaction tax, Vyagi, and its collection by use of different weights and measures see v.2 on sources of revenue and Appendix 1 on weights and measures. Expenditure relating to allies, treaty receipts, tributes paid or received. Expenditure relating to enemies, espionage, war. The 13th month inserted to harmonize the lunar year with the solar year. Inspectors shall not be friends or close relatives of the king or other powerful people. For punishments for loss of revenue caused by negligent or fraudulent inspectors see 6.4. See also 8.4.34-36 in 2.4 for Kautilya's view that harassment by the population by merchants is worse than harassment by frontier officers. Of clean, new grain in full measure. Of corresponding goods of specified quality. For punishments for violation of curfew offences see 7.7. 4.v. Lost for inanimate things and driven away for animals and slaves. IV.vi. Their own clothes shall be marked with the sign of a mace or club. See 3.19.12-14 in 8.13. v.3. The date was recorded according to the lunar calendar, with some fortnights having 14 days and others 15, with an intercalary month and with the years numbered according the number of years since the beginning of that king's reign. Thus, the date entry will show the king's regnal year, the month, the fortnight, waxing or waning of the moon, and the day. For details of the method of recording time see Appendix 1. For example, the type of daily account to be kept by the Chief Controller of Alcoholic Beverages February 25, 40. 6.I. Literally, departments of government shall have many temporary heads. See 1.9.1,2 in 2.2. 6.2. Enough for 4 meals for 1 Arya male, see February 15, 43. Approximately 9 miles or 15 kilometers, see Appendix 1 on weights and measures. 7.I. Kangal Volume 3, p. 194. 7.2. Whether loose gems or set in jewelry, whether dressed or undressed furs and skins, etc. See v.2 on sources of revenue. Such contributions, perhaps in the form of rice, oil, and salt, do not seem to have been a fixed tax but levied as and when the army was sent to a region at their request. Such as those paid by someone for damage done by his cattle. See under conversion ratios in Appendix 1 on commodities. For rations see Appendix 4. 7.3. See under agriculture in 4.v aspects of the economy. Details, as above. See Appendix 3 for lists of types of cattle. Of aged cows, milch cows, pregnant cows, heifers, and calves. Death due to age, illness, drowning, falling from a precipice or river bank, being swallowed up in quagmire, falling off a tree or rock, being struck by lightning, attack by a tiger, snake, or crocodile, or in a forest fire. In the form of the skin with identification mark for a cow or a buffalo, the ear with the mark for goats and sheep, the skin and tail for a horse, donkey or camel. See Appendix 3. For example, putting a rope through the nose, breaking in and training to the yoke. 7.4. For the various kinds of ores mentioned by Kautilya and some details on smelting of metals, see Appendix 5 on metallurgy. 2.15.14,15, for lists, see Appendix 1. 4 different rooms, probably for different types of work such as I. Purifying, hardening and softening metals, 2. Gold plating and enameling, 3. Making beads and hollowware, and 4. Making jewelry. There will thus be 17 standards ranging from 64 karat pure gold down to 48 karat gold. 7.b. For the responsibility of merchants if stolen goods are found in their possession, see 8.8 on lost property. VII.vi. Professor Kangel points out, note on p. 154 of Volume 2, that if the sale price was higher the vintner was likely to pocket the difference and, if lower, he was likely to adulterate the products. For details of transaction tax, Vyagi, Manavayagi, sticking allowance, Manasrava, and countervailing duty, Vaidharana, see respectively February 19, 29, February 16, 10, February 19, 44, and February 25, 40, all in Sources of Revenue, v.3. See Samahardra, Chancellor, in 4.4, see also Use Against Oligarchies 11.1.3439. Literally, annual payment to be double the average monthly earnings. The whole of 3.20.9 applies only to gambling masters because heavier punishments are prescribed in 4.10.9 for the same offenses when committed by the players. 7.7. See also February 29, 21 in 7.3 on grazing herds in land which had been cleared of thieves, tigers, and other predators. 7.x. See Kangel, Part 2, notes on pages 223 and 224 to verses March 10, 16, 21, 22. See also Animal Welfare in 7.3. For punishment, see 8.8. Part of verse March 10, 44, most likely a later marginal gloss which has crept into the text, not translated. 7.11. In the text 40 families. 8.2. In the text, feet, i.e. foundations. 8.3. Headquarters of 10, 400, or 800 villages. 8.4. The year, the month, the fortnight, and the day. The region, the village, the caste, the family, the name, and occupation. Such as being involved in a lengthy religious ritual. See also March 1st, 12 persons who are not competent to enter into transactions. Plaintiff gets less than he deserved to the extent of 1/5 of the excess claim, this acts as a disincentive to making unreasonable claims. Authenticity of last sentence March 1st, 37 is doubtful. 8.b. See footnote to 3.2.1, p. 196 of Kangel, Volume 2, where Meyer's discussion on the arrangement is cited. For a table of intervarna marriages and their progenies, see Prabhati Mukherjee, Beyond the Four Varnas, pages 44, 50. The names of the different forms of marriage of the Supreme Being, Brahma, of the primordial begetter, Prajapati, of the sages, Rishis, of the gods, Devas, of the celestial attendants, Gandharvas, of the non-gods, Asuras, of the demons, Rakshasas, and of the evil spirits, Pisachas, are indicative of the degree of goodness and dharma associated with each one. The order and nomenclature are traditional. The word vritti has been translated as support in a general sense, Maintenance is used in this translation in the specialized sense of the amount of alimony or other kind of support provided to divorced or separated women. The text is ambiguous. See Village/Village Headman March 10, 18 in 7.9. 8.vi. Every Arya had the obligation to perform an annual oblatory pinda sacrifice for his father, in which offerings were made to the father, the paternal grandfather and great-grandfather. See 8.v, Marital life, widows who remarry. Giving away with water. 8.7. Kangal 2, Note to 3.11, p. 226. For example, a surety for the repayment of a debt shall be restricted only to its repayment and not to producing the debtor in person. In the text, loss of chariot troops. In the text, interest rates are given per month. Since interest cannot be added to principal, there cannot be interest on interest, and the annual rate is, therefore, a simple multiple of the monthly rate. If the rate is to be compounded, the APR, annual percentage rate, for the four categories in the table will respectively be 16%, 79.6%, 213.8%, and 791.6%. The last two, even for trade transactions of high risk, are unlikely. See April 2, 36, on future stocks. 8.8. E.g. cultivating a field abandoned by its owner. The term 40 neighboring families need not be taken to be a strict numerical condition, but as a description of witnesses likely to be knowledgeable about the property and the seller. See 4.I for widths of different types of roads. Sulkasthana, a place where sulka or tolls and duties were collected. Since the customs house near the city gates is called Gatikasthana in 2.21.5, lost property offices could be set up in any number of places including the capital city, wherever there was an official authorized to collect duties, tolls and octroi. By favorites of the king, etc. See August 4, 23 in 2.4. 8.9. Compulsory purchase or takeover in public interest. 8.x. For a detailed discussion see Kangal Volume 3, pages 185 to 188. Mukherjee, Chandragupta Maurya and His Times, p. 195. A more detailed extract from Aryan is in Kangal 3, p. 187, all the Indians are free and not one of them is a slave, the Indians do not even use aliens as slaves, much less countrymen of their own. In most translations, the distinction made in the arthashastra between dasa, ahitaka, and uttaradasa is not rigorously maintained, and the term slave is used indiscriminately. In this translation, dasa is always translated as slave, ahitaka as bonded labor, and uttaradasa as working for maintenance. Translations of this part of the verse are contradictory. For example, those who do not heed the claims of slaves etc., shall be taught their duty, shamasastari, and the king should enforce discipline on slaves, Kangal. Is the king to protect the interests of the slaves or their masters? The word used in this verse is dasa, though the context is bonded labor. The meaning is not clear and the verse could be an interpolation. Leavings of food, after eating, considered ritually polluted. Cultivating for half the produce. Made known to neighbors. 8.11. The exact stages, which are specified in the text, are only of specialized interest and are not translated here. The organizer, sponsor, supplicant, or beneficiary of the ritual and, sometimes, the actual performer, under the guidance of the priests. Not tending to the sacred fire, though owner of 100 cows, not performing ritual sacrifices though owner of 1,000 cows. 8.12. Though this verse follows immediately after the reference to the chief controller of private trade, it is more likely that the interrogation would have been conducted by a law officer. Vipralapantam, bewailing, may mean either protesting one's innocence or falsely confessing for fear of torture. The reference is to a story in the Mahabharata in which the sage refused to declare his innocence because he did not want to break his vow of silence. Both meanings are possible. April 8, 22 is somewhat obscure. It is not clear whether the 18 include the 4 in April 8, 21 and, if so, what exactly are the 14 in April 8, 22. Here, the 14 have been made up by considering the tying of leg and head and the tying of hand and foot as two separate items each. See 3.12.38-51 above. 8.13. See note to these verses in Kangal 2, p. 248 and note in Shamasastari p. 223. The text also includes the offense of violating the sanctity of a Brahmin's kitchen. This is considered by scholars to be an interpolation. See Kangal 2 p.285 note to April 11, 21. 8.15. Verses 4.12.36-40, the first two being in prose form and later three in verse, are almost identical in content and have been amalgamated. Such lenient punishment because they must have been mad, i.e. taken leave of their senses, to do such a thing? Anatmanam one without a soul or sense. 8.16. See similar punishments for guards who misbehave with women during curfew hours. 8.17. This verse occurs in the chapter on courtesans but may be of general applicability as well. The three stages in the life of the twice-born, excepting the stage of a householder, when he does not own any property. For soldiers, highest SP. 5 different kinds of cruel murder are spelt out but the meanings are not clear. Impaling on a stake is a special form of capital punishment which involves slow torture. If the woman is pregnant, the sentence was executed a month after delivery of the baby. Perhaps an interpolation, derived from the Apasthamha Sutra. See 4.10.1. 9.2. See testing the integrity of ministers in 4.2. For details of the methods of testing, see next section. A commentator says that ascetics with shaven heads were Shakyas, Buddhists and Ajivikas, and those belonging to sects like the Pashupatas had matted hair. See below 4.4.3. These are spelled out in greater detail as follows, I, and, 2, in 9.3 and, 3, and, 4, in 9.4. 9.3. See courtesans employed on such duties in 2.27.4 in VII.vi. See notes on translation number 7. For methods of dealing with discontent see 3.v, revolts and rebellions. Probably a god of importance to robbers and one in whose honor wine was offered generously. 9.4. For the system of Parokta see 3.1.20,21 in 8.4. See 5.1.15-18 in 9.3 for a similar trick. See above May 1, 19. From what follows it is clear that the condemned man was dispensable. He may go free if the ruse succeeded and, if it failed, his life was forfeit. See 4.4 for the 18 Mahamatras. Similar to the methods recommended for drawing an enemy out of his fort in 13.2 in this section. See also above January 12, 22 in 9.2 for a slightly different recommendation. X.I. Arion, the Greek historian, says, a sense of justice, they say, prevented any Indian king from attempting conquest beyond the limits of India. See Kangal Volume 3, p.3. X.2. Cf. 7.1.2 below. Stable condition, stagnation, invariant condition are other equivalent meanings. Literally with territory adjacent to that of the conqueror, anywhere on the boundary. Since contiguity is a source of enmity, two states having common borders with an intervening state, but no common border between them, are natural allies. See Kangal, Volume 2, note to June 2, 21. Kangal, Volume 3, p.248, also Volume 2, note under June 2, 24, considers that there are two variants of the theory of the circle of states. There is no need to postulate two different theories because 6.3.13-22 are just definitions. See June 2, 23, thus the elements, defined, dot. See also notes on translation number 8. See 8.3.2, vices due to anger, causing verbal or physical injury, or destroying property. Same words used in both verses. See August 3rd, 38 vices from excessive desire for hunting, gambling, women, or drink. One marched against, i.e. against whom another king had started a campaign, see the weak king, x.9. Literally, sitting. Staying quiet and observing neutrality are other nuances. It also includes a pause after declaring war or making peace, as explained in 7.4.2,3. Literally, marching, i.e. going on a military expedition. Also includes mobilization for war. Seeking shelter, joining another king, forming an alliance. This is logically impeccable. If war and peace are two policies, doing both and doing neither are also logical options implicit in them. Making preparations for war is only a prior step to actually waging it. Seeking help to preserve the peace or to assist in war is a corollary. Nevertheless, in the realm of practical politics, it is more convenient to treat the six as separate methods. 3. Is attributed to some teachers in the text. Kautilya agrees with this view in July 1, 31. Literally, as in a fight between a wild dog and a boar. For surrendering with troops, see below 7.15.21 ff, also the weak king. Cf. October 3, 26. See Kyoteuda 10.3. See Part 9. For example, if proclaiming war alerts the enemy to dangers and is likely to make him more powerful during the waiting period, the king's own subjects are likely to become more restive, the economy is likely to suffer under mobilization, the advantages of trade lie more with peace than war. See below 7.15.21 ff. As defined in July 13, 25. See 7.1.32-33. See notes on translation number 9. Literally thorns. Cf. Modern usage, envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary. See 1.9.1. The sentence Yogajiachasraya can be interpreted either as resorting to clandestine practices or as being diligent in the performance of duties. E.g. You know everything. X.3. He will suffer the appropriate consequence by touching, fire or water destruction, elephants, horses, chariots, forts, and articles of war, being left defenseless, furrows, seeds, etc. being denuded of prosperity. This verse reverts to the usual technique of making a point by comparison of alternatives as between the conqueror and the enemy. The terms used are defined in 9.4.5,6,16-22. In the text, Adisamdi, overreaching or outmaneuvering treaty, with a nuance of trickery. 7.8.17-18,20-21.24 are all similar and are merged here. For explanations of these terms, see point 11.2. In the text in shoulder loads, i.e. in parts. Cf. December 1, 25. Cf. Book 12, XX. Below. X.4. From the times of the father and the grandfather. See 7.9.7,8 in X.V. Joint activities help given to a friend in difficulties cements the friendship firmly. Cf. 7.9.2 in XV. The terms antagonist and ally in terms of contiguity of territory have been defined in 6.2.14,15. The principles of using the four methods unequally, alternatively, or in combination are described in 9.7.73-76 in I.3. See above, also 10.3, 12.4, 12.5, and 13. As described in 5.1. X.V. The word used in the text for this type of treaty, sama, is the same as the one for equal treaties, in the sense of equal bargaining power, see treaties, X.3. Nevertheless, to avoid confusion, we shall use similar to distinguish it from the other type. See June 1, 12, July 9, 38. For a detailed discussion of qualities of allies see X.4. See 6.1.8 in 2.2. July 16, 16 above in X.4 subjugated kingdoms. See 2.3.1,2. X.vi. Stay put, i.e. staying quiet, one of the 6 options of foreign policy. May lack other support such as an adequate treasury. His own prowess will make even a small army win successes. However mighty his army may be, a king without energy and enthusiasm will perish when confronted by a valiant enemy. For definitions of different types of troops, see 11.2, Military Organization. See September 3, 12 in 3.v. Thousand and hundred need not be taken literally. The meaning is that even a manifold gain is not worth having if there is a danger of a revolt in the rear. For definition of sarava, high value, and satatya, constant worth, see July 12, 16. Cf. 7.17.8 on agreements with sureties. See X.9. It is not clear why, in the context of a military expedition, Artha is ranked higher than Dharma. X.7. See 7.18.32-33 in X.4. See 7.18.36,40 in X.4. X.8. Cf. 2.9.21-23, the definitions are given there in connection with servants of the state. See 12.2.1-7. X.9. The various steps of the method suggested for sowing dissension are not very clear. The starting point is to bribe the leader of the confederation. This is then to be used to create distrust between the leader and other members. See 9.5 to 9.7 in Part 9 and X.vi. For compounded treason see September 6, 11 ff in X.vi, also the weak king. X.x. Mantra, usually good counsel in the sense of good advice, analysis, and judgment, is here translated as diplomacy. In this context, the word has the meaning of counsel, persuasion, or instigation with the nuance of intrigue. Text read as Animatya Sampada instead of Ayuda Sampada as suggested by Kangal, note to 7.15.2 Volume 2, p. 369. The implication is that, in Kautilya's view, it is senseless to destroy oneself. A weak king, faced with overwhelming odds, shall seek peace immediately or do so after a fight. In any case, he must live to fight another day. See Chapter 5.5, of the text in 6.3 on service with a king, particularly the section on survival. Mantrayuddha is literally waging war by counsel, however as 2.2.1 shows this method is a means of averting the attack by diplomacy. Kyotayuddha secret warfare is of 2 types 12.2.2-5, and 10.3. One which kills in a fortnight or a month, recipe given in 14.1.6-8 not translated. For definition of permanent enemies and the relative merits of various types of land see XV. See 7.6.1,2,4-12 in 3.2 Self-control. Book 11 is primarily concerned with sowing dissension among the chiefs of an oligarchy, see X.9, and there is no description of provoking internal rebellion. See 13.2 in 9.4. See 1.21 in 3.4. December 5, 42 is obscure, whether the attack is to be made before or after escaping, whose treacherous troops are to be instigated and how the army is to be kept concealed, none of these is clear. For one plausible explanation, see note to this verse, Kangal, Volume 2, p.473. 11.2. The phrases within square brackets are due to possible alternative readings of the text. Assuming a length of 7 aratnas, or 10.5 feet, for a high-quality elephant, the breadth and height will be 21 feet. Skanda or Kartikaya. Arabia, Bactria, and Persia. A month of 35 days see the appendix on time, verse February 20, 52. For prescribed rations see Appendix 4. See 7.10.3437, 10.4.2. 11.4. Nayaka, the city commander, is mentioned in 5.3.8 in the salary list. The same designation is used for the camp superintendent, probably because their duties, in the city and in the military camp, were similar. Though the designation antapala is also used for a frontier governor, the context makes it clear that here the special responsibility of the officer in charge of the camp perimeter is meant. 11.v. See Kangal Volume I, p.234. Note on verses 10.2.4-12 and Volume 2, note on p.435. xi.vi. See October 2nd, 17 in 11.v. Sacks of dry skins with pebbles in them. As in one above, October 2nd, 17. 11.8. 10.5.6. See also February 20th, 18 in Appendix 1. October 5th, 19 is ambiguous, thus the odd numbers make the 10 unbalanced arrays. Since Kautilya's arithmetic of permutations and combinations is always accurate, the 10 can be made up only by assuming that the center had only 3 chariots, one behind the other, or that the wings and flanks could have 23 chariots, instead of the maximum 21. In any case, we cannot assume, I, that the wing and the flank has different numbers, or, 2, that any combination of odd numbers, center 9, wings 15, was possible. Both of these will give rise to many more than 10 combinations. 11.9. How to do it is given in 13.1.3 in connection with laying a siege to capture the enemy's fort, see 9.4. 11.x. See also 9.6.35-41 in 9.4. The choice is made so as to please the enemy by seemingly attacking the conqueror while, at the same time, helping his true master by removing unreliable chiefs, towns, or forces. See also 9.6.35-41. See I.3. See 1.10 in 9.3. Appendix 1. Weights, measures, and time. The degree of centralization of the Kautilyan state is apparent from the standardization of weights and measures. That such standardization should have been thought of nearly 2,000 years ago is astonishing. Linear measure. The basic linear measure is the angula, though Kautilya gives subdivisions right down to the anu. The angula is defined, in 2.20.7, as the middlemost joint of the middle finger of a man of average height and girth. It is generally accepted that the angula is 3/4 of an inch, or about 19 millimeters. In the conversion table below, only approximate equivalents in round figures in FPS and metric system are given. The inter-SE equivalence between the two modern systems is not mathematically accurate. Sometimes, a measure of the same name has different dimensions, depending on the use to which it is put. These are separately listed as special measures of length. Measures of capacity. As in the case of weights, measures of capacity were also made in 4 different standards. This was to enable the collection of the viaji, transaction tax, in kind without having to measure out the tax separately. Each successive measure was 6.25% smaller than the previous one, the highest being the measure for receipts into the treasury and the lowest for payments towards royal personal expenditure. For explanation, see v.2, Sources of Revenue. Revenue measure equals the standard for receiving payments into the treasury. Trade measure equals 6.25% less than the above, or 93.75% of the standard measure. Payment measure equals for payments out of the treasury 12.5% less than the standard, i.e. 87.5% of the standard. Palace measure equals for payments for royal expenditure 18.75% less than the standard, i.e. 81.25% of the standard. The standard measure, the revenue drona, is defined as the measure which will hold 200 palas of masha beans. February 19, 29. It is difficult to find modern equivalents of these measures since the volume is derived from the weight of beans. The weight of one bean is half that of a gunja berry, whose weight has been differently by different authors. Shamasastari 1/5/16 grains, OPCIT, P 115, Kangal 2 grains, Fleet 1.80 grains and Hemi 1.80 to 95 grains, Kangal, Volume 2, Note to 2.19.2, p. 134. The Chief Controller of Weights and Measures shall have standard capacity measures made for the above as well as for 1/8 kujaba, 1/4 kujaba, and half a kujaba. February 19, 45. Special provisions for oil and ghee. In the case of liquids, wine, flowers, fruits, husk, charcoal, and lime, 1/4 shall be given in addition to the measure, e.g. making 5 kujabas to a prastha, etc. February 19, 35. Since ghee and oil have to be heated in order to facilitate measuring and pouring, the following extra quantities shall be paid out to compensate for heating loss. For ghee, 1/32nd part. For oil, 1/64th part. Since some quantity of oil or ghee is likely to stick to the measure, an additional quantity of 1/50th shall also be paid out. The compensations apply to sale by merchants to the public and to payments into the treasury. 2.19.43-44. Though dharana and mashaka are weights applicable to gold, silver and precious stones, they are not all the same, e.g. a silver mashaka is 2/5 ths of a gold mashaka. See Kangal, Volume 2, Note to 2.19.5,6, p. 134. Avoirdupois weight, 2.19.19,20. For all goods except precious metals and stones. The basic weight is a dharana, which is the weight of 640 black, masha, beans, 320 gunja berries or 14,080 white mustard seeds. A rough estimate is that 1 dharana is equivalent to 3.5 grams. Standard weights. The Chief Controller of Weights and Measures shall have the following series of weights made. 1/2, 1, 2, 4 and 8 mashakas, for gold and silver. 1, 4, 8, 10, 20, 30, 40, and 100 suvarnas and dharanas. 2.19.8,9. Compensation for use of panless balances. In the case of use of the steel yard with movable fulcrum, an additional 5% shall be given for all commodities except meat, metals, salt, and gems, to compensate for inaccuracies. February 19, 24. Different weight systems, 2.19.21,22. As in the case of measures, different weights were used for automatic collection of the transaction tax. Each successive weight was 5% less than the previous one. See table below. For the different balances used for each system, see under weighting machines later in this appendix. Weighing machines. Kautilya describes two different types of weighing instruments, I, a balance with two pans, and 2, a movable fulcrum steel yard. The scales with two pans were no doubt similar to modern ones, a pointer indicating when the beam was level. The Kautilyan steel yard was, however, different from the modern steel yard, which works on the basis of a beam with unequal arms and a fixed fulcrum with the object to be weighed suspended at the end of the shorter arm and a counterpoise moved along a graduated scale. In the steel yard described in the arthashastra, a fixed weight was suspended at one end, the object to be weighed at the other, and the fulcrum moved along the graduated beam until it was level. Since standard officially stamped weights were in subdivisions of a pala and multiples of palas, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 10, the scales with two pans could only use to weigh quantities up to 10 palas. A steel yard was used for weighing higher quantities. To weigh different quantities, Kautilya specifies a total of 19 machines, 10 sizes of two scale balances, 2 different sizes of steel yards, each in 4 categories depending on use, and a large wooden one for weighing very large quantities, e.g. firewood. Tula, balance with 2 scales with a pointer to indicate level beam. To weigh up to 10 palas, February 19, 11. 2.19.12-16. Samavrita, moving fulcrum steel yard. Metal beam to weigh from 1/4 pala to 100 palas. A counterweight of 5 palas suspended at one end. Metal beam, with a counterweight of 5 palas, to weigh from 100 to 200 palas. Beam markings for revenue measure. See table next page. Wooden weighing machine February 19, 25. Beam made of hardwood, of length, 12 feet or 3.60 m. Shall be provided with different sets of counterpoises and corresponding markings. It shall be supported on peacock's feet, 2 posts, set 1 to 2 feet apart, with a top beam from which the balancing beam is to be suspended. See figure 43. Weighing machine for different weight systems February 19, 23. In the case of the Samavrita and the Parimani, different weighing machines shall be made, corresponding to the purpose of weighing and using the appropriate set of weights. It may be noted that for the same length, the Parimani used a heavier, thicker, beam, since it was used for heavy weights of up to 200 palas. Stamping fee. The stamping fee shall be 1 kokanee for each weight, capacity measure or balance for each day of use since the last stamping. 2.19.40,42. Penalty for use using unstamped weights, measure of capacity or balance shall be 27 1/4 panas. February 19, 41. Time. Nalika. The basic unit of time is a nalika, defined February 20, 35 as the time it takes for 1 adhaka, 1.87 kilograms or liters, of water to flow out of a pot through a hole of the same diameter as that of a wire 4 angulas long made out of 4 mashes of gold. This would be a hole approximately 0.6 millimeters diameter, 23 or 24 gauge wire. Kangal gives the definition 2 nalikas make a muhurta while Shamasastari gives 12 nalikas as a muhurta making a nalika either 24 minutes or 4 minutes. We shall follow Kangal. Length of days and nights. Day and night of equal length, 15 muhurtas each, occur in the month of Chatra, vernal equinox, and Asvayoja, autumnal equinox. The increase and decrease of daytime is as follows. From the vernal equinox daytime increases for 3 months to summer solstice, the longest day 18 muhurtas 14 hrs 24 minutes. From the summer solstice daytime decreases for 3 months to autumnal equinox, equal day of 15 muhurtas, 12 hours. From the autumnal equinox, daytime further decreases for 3 months to the winter solstice, the shortest day, 12 muhurtas, 9 hrs 36 minutes. From the winter solstice, daytime increases for 3 months to the vernal equinox. 2.20.3738. Measuring time. During the day, time was measured by a sundial with a gnomon, central rod casting the shadow, of length 12 angulas, 9. No shadow indicated noon. Lengths of the shadow of 27, 9, 3 before and after midday, divided the day into 8 parts. 1.19.7,8. In the month of Asita, the gnomon does not cast a shadow at midday. From then on, the shadow at midday increases by 2 angulas, 1.5, a month during the 6-monthly period Sravna to Pasha. From Magha to Ashada, the midday shadow decreases by 2 angulas each month. 2.20.10,41,42,39,40. Calendar adjustment. The solar day is longer than the standard day by 1/60th, thus every 2 months, there is a loss of 1 day. Likewise, the lunar day is shorter than the standard day by 1/30th, causing a loss of 1 day every 2 months. Thus every 2.5 years, 30 months, an intercalary month has to be added, the first in the summer and the second at the end of the 5-year period. 2.20.65-66. Appendix 2. Commodities. 2.11 contains the most comprehensive list of commodities, particularly 3 of the 4 types mentioned in I.3 precious stones, high-valued commodities and those of low value. These lists are not translated in full in this appendix partly because they are mainly classifications indicating the quality of the product from different regions and partly because the meaning is often not clear. The same applies to the comprehensive list of forest products, particularly varieties of timber in 2.17, those interested may consult Shamasastari, who has given the botanical names for most of these. Agricultural products are found in 2.15 and livestock products in 2.29. Jewelry of various types, varieties of pearl strings in necklaces, headbands, bracelets, waistbands, and anklets, with or without gems, strung with gold. A good diamond is one which is big, heavy, hard, does not shatter when hit, regular in shape, capable of scratching a vessel and reflecting light brilliantly in all directions. That without sharp edges, is uneven and asymmetric is bad. 2.11.40,41. A good pearl is big, round, without a flat surface, lustrous, white, heavy, smooth and properly perforated. The following are bad pearls: lentil-shaped, triangular, shaped like a tortoise, with a flat side, semi-spherical, with more than one layer on the surface, doubled, scratched, with a rough surface, spotted, shaped like a gourd, dark brown, blue or badly perforated. 2.11.4,5. Good gems are hexagonal, rectangular, or circular in shape, pure in color, easily settable in jewelry, unblemished, smooth, heavy, lustrous, transparent and reflecting light from inside. Any gem of faint color, lacking luster, grainy, blemished, with holes in it, cut badly or scratched is bad. 2.11.33-34. The best sandalwood is light, smooth, moist, oily like ghee, with a pleasant smell, absorbed by the skin, not overpowering, not fading in color, cooling and pleasant to the touch. February 11, 56. Good aloe is heavy, smooth, a pleasant long-lasting smell, burning slowly without a thick smoke, of uniform fragrance and not friable, i.e. not easily removed by rubbing. February 11, 60. Good incense, camphor and mixing substances have qualities similar to those of good sandalwood and aloe, retain their qualities when mixed with their substances and give a long-lasting fragrance even when formed into a paste, boiled or burnt. 2.11.71,72. Woolen articles. Blankets, both natural and dyed, headscarves, blankets for horses and elephants, saddle cloth, bedspreads, undershirts for armor, floor covering. May be white, all red, partly red or undyed, may be woven, knotted in piles or strings sewn together. The best are soft, shiny, like a wet surface, and made of fine yarn. The ones from Nepal are waterproof. Woolen cloth can also be made of hair other than lamb's wool or wool from sheep. 2.11.97-106. Silk and silk fabrics 2.11.107-114. Cotton fabrics 2.11.115. Cupia forest products. Timber like teak, mimosa, pine, hardwoods, and sal. 20 varieties are listed in 2.17.4, for most of which botanical names are given by Shamasastari. Varieties of bamboos and reeds including types of bamboo for making bows and flutes and reeds of large diameter are listed in 2.17.5. Creepers 2.17.6. Fibrous plants e.g. hemp, listed in 2.17.7. Rope making material 2.17.8. Leaves used for writing 2.17.9. Flowers for extracting coloring material February 17, 10. Medicinal plants February 17, 11. Poisonous plants February 17, 12. Animal products. Poisons particularly snakes and poisonous insects February 17, 12. Useful products skins, bones, bile, tendons, eyes, teeth, horns, hooves and tails February 17, 13. Metals iron, copper, vrita, bronze, lead, tin, vakrantika, and brass February 17, 14. Containers, vessels made of bamboo, cane or clay, February 17, 15. Byproducts charcoal, husks and ashes February 17, 16. Spinning. Cotton and flax yield of yarn is 1/5. 2.15.25-41. Byproducts. Charcoal and husks to be used in metal workshops and for plastering walls. Broken grain to be given to laborers, broth makers, and cooked food vendors. 2.15.60,61. Appendix 3. Animal products. Other products. Kerchika cheese, to be supplied to the army. Kilitaway, mixed with oil cake, used as animal feed. Butter removed buttermilk not for human consumption, to be fed to dogs and pigs. Wool, of sheep and goats 2.29.27-29,41. In all cases, the actual yield shall be ascertained by tests, because the quantity of milk obtained and its butter content are determined by the nature of the soil and the quality of the grass and water. 2.29.35-37. Wild animals. Dvipi. Leopard. Gavaya. Gale. Rickshaw. Bear. Srimara. Deer. Singha. Lion. Sarika. Dolphins. Vyakra. Tiger. Simsumara. Porpoise. Kanga. Rhinoceros. Gadha. Alligator. Gamrigia. Bison. Camara. February 17, 13. Byproducts, such as hair, skin, bladder, bile, tendons, teeth, hooves, and horns, of the following animals are classified as useful products from the forest. February 29, 25. Appendix 4. Rations. Rations for elephants are calculated by multiplying its winter rations by its height. For example, an elephant of 7 arotness, 10.5 feet or 3.15 m, will need 7 units. Special provisions. An elephant which is beyond the stage of rutting shall be given the same rations as the normal rations of an elephant 1 arotny shorter. The above are for top quality elephants. An elephant of middling quality shall have ration 3/4 of the above and 1 of low quality, half. 2.31.12-15. Cubs shall be fed milk and green fodder. 2.31.16. Rations for elephant attendants. The doctor, the stall cleaner and the cook shall be given free daily, ration of 1 prastha boiled rice, salt, a cupful of oil and 2 palas of sugar. All, except the doctor, shall be given, in addition, 10 palas of meat. 2.32.17. Appendix 5. Metallurgy. Ores. The heavier the ore, the greater will be the quality of metal in them. 2.12.7. The following ores are mentioned by Kautilya. I. Gold-bearing liquids are viscous, clear and heavy. The colors of such ores are described by numerous examples in 2.12.2. They spread on the water in a thin film, absorb mud and dirt and can form amalgams with copper or silver, up to 100 times its own weight. 2.12.3. 2. Liquid gold-bearing ores shall not be confused with bitumen which looks similar but has the wrong smell and taste. 2.12.4. 3. Solid gold ores, whose color is described by numerous examples in 2.12.5, do not shatter when heated but give off lots of smoke and foam. These can also be used for forming amalgams with copper or silver. 4. The color of silver ores is described by examples in 2.12.6. These ores, usually associated with lead and antimony, smell like raw flesh. When broken, the silver sparkles as white lines in black or black on white. These two do not split when heated but give off foam and smoke. V. Copper ores are heavy, greasy, soft, and tawny, green or reddish in color. February 12, 12. 6. Lead ores are black, pigeon-colored, or yellow and smell like raw flesh. February 12, 13. 7. Tin ores are either gray or brick color. February 12, 14. 8. Iron ore is reddish. February 12, 15. 9. Vakrantika ore. February 12, 16. X. Gem ore is hard, cold, light-colored, smooth, clear, lustrous and makes a sound when struck. February 12, 17. Metallurgy. Verses 2.12.8,9 give details of chemicals to be used in smelting ores. Verses 2.12.10,11 provide details of softening and hardening metals. The sources and qualities of gold are given in 2.13.3-4,25-27, its purification in 2.13.5,6 and softening in 2.13.7-9. When gold is cut, if the cut section is of uniform colors, it is pure gold. If it is veined blue or black, it is impure. When heated, if the color is uniform inside and out, it is pure. 2.13.25-27. The sources and qualities of silver are given in 2.13.10-12,14 and its purification, by adding 1/4 part lead, in February 13, 13. Purifying gold. Impure gold shall be purified by repeatedly smelting with lead, using 4 times as much lead as the suspected impurity. If too much lead has been added and the gold becomes brittle, the lead shall be removed by smelting with dried cow dung. If the gold is brittle due to other impurities, it shall be annealed by quenching it in sesame oil. 2.13.6-8. The sources and qualities of touchstones are given in 2.13.20,21. Colored precious metal. White silver. February 13, 49, after purifying 17 times insert 1/64 to 1/8 in silver as coloring agent. 2.13.51-57. Ornamental gold, of different colors. 2.14.51-57. Precious metal work. Setting, stringing with beads and making solid or hollow objects are ways of working with precious metals. 2.13.37-40. Jewelry. A good ornament is one which is uniform in color, symmetrical, with solid beads, strongly made, well polished, not artificially gilded, well proportioned, pleasant to wear, not gaudy, full of luster, beautifully shaped, even and captivating to the eye and the mind. 2.13.60,61. Setting. The amount of metal in the base of the setting shall be twice that used for the side. 2.13.38,41. Substituting 1/4 of the silver by copper is one way of cheating by goldsmiths and silversmiths. February 13, 42. Gold plating. Copper is to be plated with equal amounts of gold, silver with half the amount or with 1/4 of the amount using a chemical solution, of vermilion. 2.13.44-46. Enameling, on gold, colors blue, yellow, white, green, parrot feather and black. 2.13.47,48. Appendix 6. Professions. Over 120 separate professions are listed in the Arthashastra, some categories being more detailed than others. For example, the lists of entertainers, personal attendants, and elephant attendants are much longer than other categories. In fact, the lists of entertainers and personal attendants and elephant attendants are much longer than other categories. In fact, the lists of entertainers and personal attendants often appear as almost identical strings, for the reason that these were not only true professions but were also used as cover by clandestine agents. The number of times a profession is mentioned in the text is no indication of its numerical strength in the population. Farmers, who must have been the most numerous, are mentioned only 5 times in the text. Laborers are called karmaka or karmanta in general, but the category also included vishti, those providing their labor free in lieu of fines. Karu, artisan, 2.35.4 and karushilpi, artisans and craftsmen, March 13, 30 and May 3, 16 are also general terms. Experts in any profession are termed tajita, e.g. 2.11.1, 2.12.1. Kushala is used in the special sense of an expert acting as arbitrator in April 1, 21. The term Vedahaka for trader or merchant, occurs in many places, both for a genuine trader and for a clandestine agent disguised as one. Entertainers. Lists, Natanartakagayanavadakavajavanakushalavaplavakasabhakakarana, are in February 27, 25 and 1.12.9, up to Kushalava. Entertainers in general, Kushalava, January 18, 12, 2.27.25, March 13, 30, April 1, 58. Actresses, in general, Rangopajivi. Independent prostitute. Rupajivi, one who lives by her beauty. Where verse reference is not given in the third column of the table below, see 1.12.9 or February 27, 25. Appendix 7. Appendix 8. Sources of revenue. The various lists used to consolidate sources of revenue are brought together in this appendix as they appear in the text. The numbers listed against each refer to the verses where more details may be found. Verse 2.6.9 states that the source of revenue are those given in verses 2.6.2-8. Appendix 9. Customs tariffs. Appendix 10. Alcoholic beverages. Liquors made from kinva. Addition to madaba and prasanna. 5 karshas each of the following: patha, loda, tejavati, cardamom, valyaka, licorice, grape juice, priyungu, daraharadra, turmeric, black pepper and long pepper. Clarifying agent for madaka and prasanna. A decoction of licorice and jaggery. Varieties of prasanna. Mahasura, white liquor and mango juice, replacing in part the spice mixture given above. This is to be clarified with a handful of mixed spice, burnt jaggery and pulp of herbs, like parth, etc. The liquor can be made sweeter by adding 5 palas of jaggery. 2.25.17, 18, 26-28, 31, 34. Other liquors. This is for average quality. For superior quality add 1/4 more of each of the 3 ingredients and for lower quality less. Spices to be added 1 karsha each of cinnamon, chitrika, vilanga, 1/4 of the quantity of each of these is to be kept in the liquor, tied up in a piece of cloth. 2.25.19, 20, 29, 30. Merida. A decoction of the bark of the meshashringi with jaggery, spices to be added, long pepper and black pepper or triphala, nutmeg, arecanut, and cloves. 2.25.22, 23. Madhu. Grape wine Kupishayana imported from Afghanistan. Hara Hurika imported from Arashosia. 2.25.24, 25. Appendix 11. Appendix 13. On elephants. Catching elephants. Only those elephants whose physical characteristics and behavior are judged excellent by elephant trainers shall be caught. Summer is the time to catch them. 20-year-old elephants shall be caught. The physical characteristics of a good elephant are: red patches, evenly fleshed, of even sides and rounded girth, with a curved backbone and well covered with flesh. A suckling cub, one with no tusks or undeveloped tusks, a diseased one or a pregnant or suckling female shall not be captured. A cub may be caught to play with. February 2, 12, 2.31.8-11, 16, 17. Types of elephants. Elephants are classified into 4 kinds: under training, war elephant, riding elephant, and untrainable ones, each with its own method of training and handling. The types of work for which they are trained and the methods of doing so are given below. The training of each elephant shall be modified according to the seasons and shall take into account the animal's physical capacity, intelligence, and a mixture of other characteristics. 2.31.18. Accoutrements. The equipment for tying up and other purposes for each elephant shall be as indicated by the trainers and shall include: tying equipment, tethering posts, neck collars, girths, bridles, leg chains and upper chains. Implements, goad, bamboo staff, and machines. Ornaments, garlands, necklaces, covering for the back and similar decorations. War material, armor, clubs, quivers for arrows and war machines. 2.32.11, 15. The elephant sleeps 2/3 of the night and spends 1/3 of the time sometimes getting up and sometimes lying down. 2.31.5-7 Rations. The best kind of elephant measures 7 arotnas, 10.5 feet, high, 9 arotnas, 13.5 feet, in length and 10 arotnas, 15 feet, in girth, when it is 40 years old. The medium kind at age 40, and the best kind at age 30, measure 6 arotnas, 9 feet, in height, and the lowest kind at age 40, and the best kind at age 25, measures 5 arotnas, 7.5 feet, in height, and other measurements proportionately. The ration for the medium type is 3/4 of the standard ration, and that for the lowest, 1/2. 2.31.11,12,15 For details of the actual quantities of rations prescribed, see Appendix 4 on rations. Appendix 14. Notes on translation. 1 Other schools of arthashastra. Attempts have been made, see Kangle, Part 3, pages 43, 44, 46, to guess at what the teachings of the older schools were. But the very few references to these schools in Kautilya's Arthashastra are insufficient to build up a complete picture of each school, even if we assume that they shared many ideas. For example, even Ushanaz and Bharadvaja, the ones quoted more often than others, are mentioned only 7 times each. The other teachers referred to by name are Brihaspati, Vishaluksha, and Parasra, 6 times each, Prachitasa Manu, Vatavyadi and Paisuna, 5 times each, Kanapadanta, 4, and Bahudantiputra and Amhai, once each. The unidentified teachers are referred to by Kangle as teachers and by Shamasastari as my teacher. It is better to render the word Akarya as some teachers. The location in this translation of the various views is given in the index. The subjects on which Kautilya disagrees with earlier teachers are not many: the nature of the sciences, the number of ministers, the process of deliberation, fines for erring officials, the punishments for perjury and robbery, and calamities, including the discussion on anger and lust, are the more important ones. Most of the disagreements with the unidentified teachers are concentrated in the books on calamities and foreign policy. 2 Technical terms. All Sanskrit words are given an immediate translation. Some of the more important technical terms are given in lists in the relevant sections: high officials, 4.4, sources of revenue, v.2, and Appendix 8, heads of departments, 7.I, loans, deposits, etc. 8.7, the circle of kings, x.2, measurements, Appendix 1, domesticated and wild animals, Appendix 3, professions, Appendix 6, and defense equipment, Appendix 12. 3 Amatya in 2.I. An examination of all the places in the text where Amatya, Mantri, and Mantri Parishad occur shows that Amatya and Mantri are often used interchangeably. Apart from the salary list 5.3.7, Mantri Parishad, Council of Ministers, is used only in one specialized portion of the text, i.e. on the king taking advice 1.15.47-50. Amatya occurs as a general term in criteria for appointment 1.8.1-29, 1.10.13,4, as a minister 1.9.1,2, head of a department 2.9.1, judge 3.1.1 or magistrate 4.1.1. A very wide definition of the duties of Amatyas is given in 8.1.8, 23. In January 8, 29 it is clearly stated that suitable people should be appointed as Amatya, allotting work to them according to their ability and rank, but not as mantrin, implying that a mantri held a superior position. However, in 2 places, the position of the Amatya is shown as being very important: in 1.7.8 where he was as important as the king's teacher in advising the king to follow the right path, and in 5.6 where he is expected to play a crucial role in organizing the succession to a dying or dead king. The chapter on taking advice, mantra, particularly verses 1.15.34-44, indicates that those who advised the king the mantran were very few in number and were superior to the general run of ministers and heads of departments. Further, a revolt by a mantri was as dangerous as those of the Purohita, the chief of defense or the crown prince. September 3, 12. It is clear that the very few close advisers held the rank of councillors. There were many ministers, heads of departments, judges, and magistrates. Depending on the context, the advisers closest to the king are referred to in this translation as councillors and the others by their function. For the Mahamatras in 4.4. Verse January 1, 20 makes it clear that there were 18 designated high officials, collectively known as the Mahamatras and referred to as such throughout the treatise. The list in January 12, 20 has to be read with the salary list in 5.3. One problem is to understand the two lists in such a way as to produce 18 designations. R.K. Mukherjee does not attempt this. While most designations are clear, two are ambiguous. Is Pradeshtra Nayaka one official or two, Pradeshtra and Nayaka? Likewise, is Pura Vyavaharika one official or two, Pura and Vyavaharika? After considering all the translations, it seems best to treat Pura Vyavaharika as one official, particularly as the only two references in the text use the combined word. But, Pradeshtra and Nayaka are two separate officials. This judgment is based on the facts that, I, Pradeshta, magistrate, is used widely, particularly in Book 4 and, 2, Nayaka, as a military designation, is used in Book 10. As for the translation of the designations, the official Prasastra is mentioned only in the two lists and his duties are not spelt out anywhere. It is possible that this designation is a retention from earlier texts and, in the arthashastra, is used only to represent a higher grade for salary and honorific purposes. The same argument applies to Dandapala. If Pradeshtra is to be deemed to be different from the posts of magistrates, then a precise translation of this designation is also not possible. The reasons for the specific translations of Dhavarika and Antarvamsika are given in 4.4. The translation of Samahardra as Chancellor, of Administration of the Countryside, and Samnadatra as Treasurer are obvious from the nature of their duties. For translating Mantri as Councillor, see Note 1 above. For reasons explained in Note 10 below, Senapti is translated as Chief of Defense. 5. Simple defamation of character 3.18.7,8 in 8.13. It is very difficult to construct a rational table of penalties to fit in with the two conditions. The method suggested by Kangal, 2, p. 247, note to verse 3.18.7, is a scale of fines of 12, 9, 6, and 3 panis if an outcast defames a Brahmin, Kshatriya, etc., and a fine of 8, 6, 4, and 2 panis if a Brahmin defames a Kshatriya, Vaishya, etc. This leads to two anomalies. I. There is no punishment at all if a person defames another of the same Varna, and 2. The fine for a Brahmin defaming a Kshatriya is greater than the one for a Kshatriya defaming a Brahmin. The anomalies arise because Kangal has assumed that over 3 panis means stages of 3 panis and that below 2 panis also means stages of 2 panis upwards. An alternative logical set of fines is given below. In this table, when the defamer and defamed are both of the same Varna, the fine is always 3 panis and the two conditions are filled around the diagonal. 6. Covered activities in 9.I. Kangal, Volume 3, p.208, considers that the established spies definitely worked for Chancellor and hence all agents were under his control. This is based on a misunderstanding. Just because the king's agents and the Chancellor's agents both adopted similar covers, householder, trader, etc., it does not follow that they were the same persons. It is unlikely that the vital area of the Secret Service would have been left to a subordinate, however highly placed he might have been. It is clearly stated in 1.12.6 that the duty of the king's agents was spying on the Mahamatras, of whom the Chancellor was one. An agent working under and reporting to the Chancellor could hardly report on his master. Secondly, the functions of the king's agents were quite different from those of the Chancellor's agents. Thirdly, there is no indication in the text that the Chancellor had anything to do with foreign policy, in which areas the Secret Service was widely used. Lastly, from January 19, 13, we see that the king personally received, every morning, reports from his spies. 7. The origin of kingship 1.13.5-10 in 9.3. Verses 1.13.5-10 contain a more elaborate counter-argument including the theory of the origin of kings and kingship. When there was no order in society and only the law of the jungle prevailed, people were unhappy and being desirous of order made Manu, the son of Vivasvat, their king, and they assigned to the king 1/6 part of the grains grown by them, 1/10 of other commodities and money. The king then used these to safeguard the welfare of his subjects. Those who do not pay fines and taxes take on themselves the sins of kings, while kings who do not look after the welfare of the people take on themselves the sins of their subjects. Therefore, even those who live in forests, vanaprasthas and sannyasins who do not own any property offer to the king 1/6 of the grain gleaned by them as the legitimate share of one who protects them. The king, who disperses both favors and punishments, is both Indra the god who rewards and Yama the god who punishes. 8. The circle of kings in X.2. Kangal's conjecture that Kautilya had propounded two theories of the circle of kings is probably due to the similarity in the number of kings in the circle. 12 are defined in 6.2.17-22 and 12 are mentioned in 6.2.24-27. Verses 6.2.17-22 are just definitions of the terms used in developing the theory, as clearly emphasized in June 2, 23. Out of the 12 kings defined, 2 are the middle and neutral kings. The other 10 are formed out of 2 groups of 6, counting the conqueror and the enemy twice. The first group are the 6 kings in front of the conqueror himself and his 2 allies and the enemy and his 2 allies. The mirror image are the 6 at the rear. For theoretical purposes, the actual direction is immaterial, serving only to define the direction of the attack. Supposing the conqueror attacks the enemy, northward in the diagram, the kings concerned are, the conqueror, the enemy, the middle king and the neutral king, each with 2 allies. This is the circle referred to in 6.2.24-29. In this context, the rear enemy is the Parshnigraha, and his role is analyzed separately. 9 verses 7.6.1, 2, and 7.7.1 in X.2. 7.6.1 and 7.7.1 give rise to difficulties because they envisage the conqueror entering into a treaty with his primary enemy. Most translators consider that there is no likelihood at all of the conqueror entering into a treaty with his enemy. See, for example, Kangal, Part 2, Note to 7.13.1. This is not so. A treaty with an enemy was possible in exceptional circumstances, so long as it was intended to outmaneuver him, i.e. the treaty was used to gain advantages. Such a treaty is envisaged in July 6, 13, as a treaty without stipulation. In this translation, 7.6.1, 2 are treated as explaining dual policy. This judgment is based on the similarity with the opening verses of the previous chapters. For example, 7.2.1-5 compares the relative merits of the 6 policies, 7.3.1-5 deal with peace and war in relation to the balance of power, and 7.4.1-4 define aspects of doing nothing. There are significant differences between 7.6.1 and 7.6.2 and between 7.6.1 and 7.7.1. While 7.6.1 refers to the second element of the circle of states, which is always the enemy, the second refers only to Samantha, neighbor, without specifying that it is the Ari, the enemy. Though all neighbors, in principle, are enemies, every one of them need not be treated as the main one at a given time, only one of the neighbors is the main enemy. The other difference is that, in 7.6.1, the enemy is to be outmaneuvered, but in 7.7.1 a neighbor's help is to be accepted. 10 hostages in X.3. 2 words are used in the text to describe a hostage. Samadhi, as Kangal points out, is related to adi, a pledge, and can be literally translated as a pledge for peace, hence, hostage. That this word means the person held as hostage is shown by the title of 7.17 Samadhi-moksha, liberation of the hostage. The second word, used in July 17, 11, is pratigraha, got in exchange. This emphasizes the conditionality aspect of keeping a hostage in exchange for good behavior by the hostage giver. 11 Middle and Neutral Kings 7.18.1-28 in X.7. Shamasastri's translation of this chapter is, on the whole, unsatisfactory since he assumes that the analysis is from the point of view of the Middle King. As pointed out by Kangle in his note to 7.18.1 on page 380 of volume 2, Kautilya's discussion on foreign policy is always from the point of view of the conqueror. Another problem in translating this chapter is that the text uses repeatedly the phrase "the Middle King wants," without explaining what exactly it is. Kangle assumes that it is always to seize, while Shamasastri substitutes different objectives ranging from securing the friendship to rooting out. In this translation, different objectives are attributed to the Middle King, depending on the context. For example, it is clear that the Middle King may plan to subvert an ally of the conqueror. Since the Middle King shares a common border with both the conqueror and the enemy, the conqueror's relations with his allies are bound to be complex, depending on the quality of the ally. The meaning of different verses depends on how to construe the words describing an ally friendly, one who deserves to be weakened and one who deserves to be crushed. The conqueror cannot adopt the same policy towards an unreliable ally as he would towards a true ally. If we assume that July 18, 28 specifies the basic principle, then the conqueror's aim, at all times, is to support a true ally and take appropriate action against those allies who are less true. 12 Oligarchies 11.1.4,5 in X.9. Some of the oligarchic states listed in the Arthashastra are also known from other sources such as the Greek historians, Buddhist literature, and the Hindu epics. For details, see the note to this verse in Kangle, Volume 2 p. 454. Of these, the Kambojas, Surashtras, Kshatriyas, the Zathroi of the Greek historians, and the Srinas, the Greek Cini, had their livelihood in economic activity and the profession of arms, i.e. they practiced agriculture, cattle rearing, and trade, but were also trained troops ready to take up arms when necessary. Kautilya mentions a second group in 1.1.5, the Likavikas, Vrajikas, Malakas, Madrikas, Kukaras, Kurus, and the Panchalas, who used the title of Rajas, implying that all members of the collective leadership called themselves kings. Jaiswal, in Hindu polity, has pointed that the first 5 of the second group were more likely to have been political groups based in a region, while the latter 2 were probably tribes. Kangle also points out that most of the oligarchies mentioned belong to the north and northwest of India. 13 Senapti in 11.2. Senapti is usually translated as commander-in-chief. This does not seem right. The king encapsulated in himself all the constituents of his state. He had supreme authority over all aspects of the governance of the country. It is clear from the text that normally it was the king who led the troops into battle, only exceptionally was the crown prince or the chief of defense made battle commander. Therefore, only the king could have been the commander-in-chief. The Senapti occupied a post similar to that of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Defense Staff. The designation Chief of Defense is used in some countries even now. 14 verses 10.3.28-31 in 11.7. For reasons explained by Kangle in note to 10.3.28-31, p. 440 of volume 2, these verses would seem to be a marginal gloss that has entered the text. The substance of October 3, 28 is, even in the Vedas it is said that brave men who fall in battle attain the same heavenly rewards as those who do their yajna properly and completely. 2 other verses, said to be in common currency, are then quoted. October 3, 30, the brave who sacrifice their lives in battle obtain immediately heavenly rewards which even Brahmins cannot get after performing any number of yajnas or doing penance. October 3, 31, one who will not fight for a master whose salt he had eaten will go to hell, being unworthy to receive the sacred oblations. Appendix 15. Note on bibliography. This note is not meant to be an exhaustive bibliography on all works related to Kautilya's Arthashastra, but is intended to be only a general guide to interested readers on where to look for more material on the text, translations, commentaries, and studies. Texts of the Arthashastra. R.P. Kangel's The Kautilyan Arthashastra, Part I, a critical edition with a glossary, 2nd ed., University of Bombay, 1969, has been used as the authoritative text for this translation. In his detailed introduction to this volume, Kangel has described all the available manuscripts that he had used in preparing the authoritative text. These include, a fragmentary, Book 1 and a part of Book 2, palm leaf manuscript in Devanagari, discovered in a Jain library in Patan. This is the only text available from North India and is thought to be as old as the 12th century. 2. A palm leaf manuscript with the entire text in Malayalam characters, about 300 years old. 3. The entire text in a palm leaf manuscript, in the Grantha script, about a century old. 4. A transcript of the above in Devanagari script made in 1907, v. Another similar transcript made in 1905. 6. A copy of, 2, made a century ago, and, 7. An incomplete transcript made in 1906. Though there are references to some other manuscripts, these are now not traceable and must be presumed lost. After an exhaustive comparison, Kangel has concluded that there are, apart from the very old North Indian fragment, there are only 2 original complete manuscripts, the 2 mentioned as 2 and 3 above. The reasons why some verses are considered to be interpolations, why some passages are marginal comments which had become incorporated into the text, and why one variant reading is preferred to another, have been fully explained by Kangel in both Part I, Text, and Part 2, Translation. Commentaries. There are some very old commentaries which helped Kangel in determining the text. He has referred to, Bhashavyakhyana, about the 12th century AD, with the text in Malayalam. 2. A fragmentary, up to 3.1, with gaps, Sanskrit commentary containing 2 separate commentaries, the Chanakyatika of Bhikshaprabhamati and the Jayamangala of Shankararya. 3. The Nayachandrika, a Sanskrit commentary by Madhavayajvan of the segment 7.7 to December 4, 12, some gaps. 4. A small fragment of a Sanskrit commentary, the Nitinimati of Yogama, discovered along with the manuscript in Patan, and, v. the commentary, from 2.8.5 to the end of Book 3, called the Pratipadopankaka by Bhattasvaman. In modern times, T. Gunpati Sastri has published, along with the text, a commentary in Sanskrit, the Srimula. Translations. The earliest translation in English is Shamasastri's. The translation in German by J.J. Meyer contains exhaustive notes. B. Brelower's 3-volume study is also important. In the very detailed footnotes to each verse in Part 2 of his work, Kangel has referred to the different interpretations in the above works. There are a number of translations in Indian languages listed in pages 285 and 286 of Kangel's Part 3, the Kautilya Arthashastra, a study. I have consulted the one in Tamil, Annamalai University, 1980, unfortunately this is couched in literary Tamil and is barely comprehensible. All these translations follow the textual order. The only work I know of which has attempted a partial reorganization is V.K. Gupta's Kautilyan Jurisprudence, B.D. Gupta, Delhi, 1987. This is only a selection from Kangel's translation with the original text cut and pasted and a few passages from Shamasastari, without a word of acknowledgement to the debt owed to either author. Studies on the Arthashastra. The range of studies on the Arthashastra, both books and articles, is extensive. A comprehensive list will be found in pages 287 to 290 of Kangel's study. Attention is also invited to the list in page 17, notes 57 to 65 in pages 20 and 21 and the bibliography in pages 265 to 276 in Aradhana Parmar's Techniques of Statecraft, a study of Kautilya's Arthashastra, Atmaram and Sons, Delhi, 1987. To these lists, one may add Sven Konau's Kautilya Studies, Oslo, 1945. Tr. Trotman's Kautilya and Arthashastra, a statistical investigation of authorship and evolution of the text, E. J. Brill, Leiden, 1971, has been consulted by me in its 1968 PhD thesis form at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. A recent bilingual, Hindi and English, selection of articles is Kautilya's Arthashastra, an appraisal, edited by Pushpendra Kumar, Nag Publications, Delhi, 1989. Kautilya on Crime and Punishment by Krishna Mohan Agrawal, Sri Almora Book Depot, Almora, 1990, is a good compilation on this topic. Among the background books I have found useful are, I. The Cultural History of India, Volume 2, 2nd ed., The Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Calcutta, 1962, 2. The History and Culture of the Indian People, Volume 2. The Age of Imperial Unity, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bombay, 5th ed., 1980, 3. Romila Thapar, A History of India, Volume I. Penguin Books, 1966, and 4. Radhakumud Mukherjee, Chandragupta Maurya and His Times, Motilal Banarsidass, Delhi, 4th edition, 1988.